technology that respects and promotes our linguistic heritage. Through the change of knowledge and innovative approach, we are working toward a future where every language can forward online, supported by digital tools that reflect its cultural richness and nuances. As now we begin this campus, I want to extend my deepest appreciation to all of you for your participation and commitment. Your expertise and passion are the driving force behind our shared progress. I encourage each of you to use this platform here today and tomorrow to connect, to exchange ideas, and engage in open and constructive discussions. Our diversity is not only our strength, but also our path to ensuring that every language can thrive within the digital era. Thank you once again for being here. Let us make the most of these days together and leave inspired this meeting to continue our work with renewed energy and vision. Thank you. Thank you. Ara puc passar la paraula.
And now I will give the floor to Mr. Jaume Duc, who is the Minister for the European Union and Foreign Policy at the Government of Catalonia. Mr. Minister, dear President of NPLD, Madam President of Copeters Foundation, dear friends, good morning to all of you. Buongiorno e gunon. Good morning to all of you, and thank you so much for participating in this campus and for the possibilities that this campus is given us to explore the opportunities of digitalization and of artificial intelligence in the field of languages. Thanks to the Copeters Foundation that is carrying out a wonderful work in Brussels, and thanks to the wonderful work of the European MP LD and to the Department of Linguistic Policy at the Generalitat. Thank you very much. So we are here at the Institut d'Estudis Catalans, and it is very clear because it is the reference institution for the Catalan language. And it shows the academic rigorous work, and it is the center for study and research, not only in languages, but in everything else. We cannot understand the digital transformation of our societies without this cross-cutting vision. So the campus here is a wonderful occasion to exchange good practices about the presence and the use of languages. And I believe that it is also a wonderful opportunity to really highlight the role that minority languages have to play. As a language is absolutely fundamental for the creation of the identity of their territories and communities, but also to create alliances. And this is what we are doing in this campus that will help us to continue improving linguistic technologies and also in shaping IA that will include artificial intelligence that will include all our languages. The world is changing very fastly, and the new technologies are pushing us towards a new revolution that is starting to have an impact on many aspects of our lives. Therefore, it's very important that this revolution does not have any prejudice on linguistic diversity, and it is the responsibility of all of us and of the public administrations to make sure this does not happen. Languages are tools of communication, of living together, of social communication, of equality of opportunities. So that's why the linguistic policies have to be updated in order to face a much more complex world and diverse Europe also. And there is a European opportunity, and we see Catalan as an opportunity. It is an opportunity if you really know how to use the different tools that we have in order to be more present in the digital world, in technological transfer, and also in research, and in social use of the networks and the projection of Catalonia outside. Catalan is spoken in very important places like the European Commission, in the Council of Ministers of the European Union, and the Committee of the Regions, and all these are opportunities for visibility that are extremely important. At the European Parliament, partially the use of Catalan has been normalized to connect with the citizens through our presence in internet and as a work normal language in the representation of the Parliament in Barcelona. But also we need also to allow the members of the European Parliament who were chosen, but the citizens of Catalonia to be able to use their language. But as you all know, our main objective and fundamental goal is to make sure that Catalan is official at the European institutions, the officiality of Catalan as a language of the European Union and not in the European Union. And we are working not only at a political level, but also we believe that this is a issue of linguistic justice, and with your cooperation, with the contacts that you have in all your countries, you're going to help us in a very difficult task that we have, but also necessary. The linguistic diversity is a part of the richness of the European Union. As always in Catalonia, we have always been engaged with human rights, with culture, with peace, and Catalan is one of the elements that gives us a specific identity. The language is the heritage of each person. It's a knowledge, it's a culture, it's a way of apprehending the world. It's a way to understand what really surrounds us and that allows us to create relationships, and especially today in the digital world. So that's why I want to thank you again for your participation in this campus, and also for your engagement to work for linguistic diversity in a Europe that considers languages not only as a value in our heritage, but also an added value for our common future. Thank you so much.
God morgon. Good morning to all of you. My name is Anna Ljungner Nordgren, and I'm the Vice Chair of the NPLD, representing the Swedish Assembly of Finland, that me being a Swedish speaker from Finland. It's my great pleasure to be here today, and let me also express my gratitude to Copetiers Foundation and to the government of Catalonia for being here in beautiful Barcelona. We have beautiful and interesting days ahead of us, but a very tight time schedule. So my role will be to present the speakers, but also to keep track of time, so I will be strict with this. But let's move on to our first session, the languages of Europe in the language technology market. We have three wonderful speakers here. The first being Vanessa Bretza. She holds a PhD in sociology from the University of Barcelona. She is currently a language planning technician at the Information Dissemination and Studies Service for the Department of Language Policy of the Government of Catalonia. She has previously been a linguistic normalization technician for the Consortium for Linguistic Normalization. In the world of academia, she has been a researcher at the Center for Research in Sociolinguistics and Communication at the University of Barcelona, and Associate Professor of Sociolinguistics and Language Policy at the Pompeu Fabra University, the University of Barcelona, and the Open University of Catalonia. Then we have Ana Torrijos. She has a degree in sociology from the Autonomous University of Barcelona. She has completed a master's degree in applied social research techniques and a postgraduate degree in linguistic marketing. She is currently responsible for studies and indicators of the Information, Dissemination and Studies Service in the Department of Language Policy. And finally, we have Anton Ferret. He is the Deputy Director General of Language Policy of the Generalitat de Catalunya. He graduated in Catalan Philology and Audiovisual Communication. He has been the head of the Information, Dissemination and Studies Service of the Secretariat for Language Policy. He also holds a postgraduate degree in Communication Management. So please, could I have the speakers up here? Thank you.
Bon dia a tothom. L'any 2019...
Good morning to one and all. In 2019, we started working with the smart speakers. This was a new type of device that changed the way we had of relating with machines, not just in professional context, but also at home. So, in the same way as McLuhan says that the means is the message, the same happened in the sense that the device, the tool, became the language, because these speakers, these loudspeakers, didn't exist in Catalan in our market. And we had a huge concern within our Directorate of Linguistic Policies, and also in the Department of Digital Policies. We thought it was important to follow these changes in the linguistic world and in the technology world. This meant that we had to analyze the topic with several working groups, and the outcomes of this process was, among others, that we could create a directorate and a database of the technologies available in the market here in Catalonia and how many of them had Catalan. And that's why we have now this database of language technologies. The idea was to visualize the offer, to have information available, and to create links with businesses who wanted to have, for example, devices that offered products in Catalan with academic uses as well, to try and find ways of creating subtitles in Catalan, for example. And this has changed a lot. And we believe that in this way we could have this repository, this very simple repository. This is the database, the repository. And in 4 years, the whole environment has changed greatly. And now we have to think about the updates for the year 2025. In any case, what we wanted to do was to offer for the different categories all the resources available, describe them, and to say whether they were open or private resources and whether they were available or not in Catalan. In this way, we could have an overview of the situation in Catalan, but with this repository we could find these resources quickly, because in Catalonia a large part of commercial transactions and the administration and the daily life of people have Catalan very present, and these products in Catalan are therefore necessary. They weren't available in every case. For example, suddenly we had these first generation speakers or assistants that didn't have the possibility of offering a Catalan option. That's why we needed this repository. But this was a study done from our territory, from Catalonia. We just looked at all the tools available here. And what we wanted to do was to have this repository available for all European languages to look at the situation of Catalan within this context, and also to offer a content that is very useful for everybody here in this room, and our Department of Linguistic Policies can offer you this tool to see the status of Catalan and of all the other languages in the area of technology. It is true that technologies have advanced greatly. So what we have done for today is to do a classification according to these categories. We have systems that recognize automatically the language. For example, the Gboard keyboard that we can have on an Android device, where there is an automatic recognition of the language, then automatic subtitles for videos, or systems that change from text to speech. Also, speaking systems that are oriented to accessibility, tools for navigation, virtual voice assistants, first generation devices like Alexa, Google Assistant, or Siri, systems for simultaneous translation such as Google Translate, and then other extensive language models. And now we have the popular generative chatbots. These chatbots interact with these models, and sometimes they interact with other elements. And with these chatbots, in the case of Catalan, and this is good news, that Catalan operates in a very normal way, and sometimes even in an exemplary way. So we have analyzed 207 items that we have classified according to these system categories, and now we look at the situation of all the languages. Now I will give the floor to Vanessa, who will explain the current situation and the outcomes of this analysis. Good morning. I will now continue with this presentation, because at our Department of Linguistic Policy, we wanted to know what was the status of Catalan with regard to other languages in Europe. The idea was to have this Catalan perspective and see what were the possibilities of Catalan within this environment. And we selected 30 languages that could be compared to Catalan, that demographically had the same potential as Catalan. And we also wanted to look at other languages, larger languages, reference and languages, and smaller languages. This is an ongoing analysis, and we wanted it to be collaborative, and everybody that wants to participate should continue with this repository, and the outcomes have been collected in a more exploratory manner to have this as a starting point and to be able to see the status with languages such as German, English, Spanish, Bulgarian, Catalan, Spanish, Croatian, Danish, Slovakian, Slovenian, Estonian, Finnish, French, Welsh, Galician, and Greek, and the rest of these languages on the slide, but for the last three, we didn't have enough data. That's Occitanian, Frisian, and Maltese. So we did a cluster analysis with these 200 references, with these 200 items. We wanted to look at the group profiles based on their presence in technology. And we have 4 main groups with languages that are large languages: English, Spanish, German, French, Italian, and Portuguese, and in a range of presence, with a range of presence of 81% or 98% in these technology products. In the second group, we have languages with an important presence, such as Dutch, Danish, Swedish, Finnish, Catalan, Polish, and Czech. This is a group of languages that have a medium size. We have languages that have a larger population of speakers, but we have Catalan within this second group. The third group would have a medium presence, so the previous group had an important presence, and the first group had a lot of presence, so we have these labels. And in this third group of medium presence, we have Romanian, Greek, Hungarian, Slovakian, Croatian, Bulgarian, and Slovenian. And these are not so well positioned in technology devices. And then we have the third group, where we have Lithuanian, Estonian, Galician, Welsh, Irish, and Basque. And here we have at the bottom this position, the status of each of these languages in the market. Here we have different charts, and in the first group, we see these no categories, where we have, for example, the automatic speech recognition systems, or automatic subtitles for videos, or systems for speech synthesis, also navigation tools, simultaneous translation systems, extensive language models, and popular generative chatbots. And in this first group of the large languages, we see that the positioning is very high. It's around 80 to 100%. English is the language with the largest presence. Then in the second group, we have the medium languages. Catalan is in this group. Here we see more differences between the languages, particularly in specific categories where there's no presence of Catalan. For example, in the systems of automatic recognition of speech and subtitles, here we do have a very similar status. However, in the speech synthesis systems, we see less of our presence, and then we have 2 categories, which is the geographical navigation tools and the popular generative chatbots, where we see a big difference, because these are commercial products, and this is where we find it more difficult to position these languages. and in the systems of simultaneous translations, and in the language models, and in the popular generative chatbots, we see a very positive positioning of Catalan. We will now go to the third group, that is languages with a medium presence in technology tools. We have Romanian, Greek, Hungarian, Slovakian, Croatian, Bulgarian, and Slovenian. We see the positioning that is lower than in the previous group. It's around 60 to 70%, and we also have the commercial tools with the navigation systems and voice assistance, where we see a less presence of these languages in the technological tools. And lastly, we reach this fourth group with lesser presence in the technological tools. Here we have Latvian, Lithuanian, Estonian, Galician, Welsh, Irish, and Basque. And we see that the Baltic republics have a better positioning, in particular in simultaneous translation, where in fact we see all these languages. And once again, we see that in the navigation tools, we see more deficiencies, and within the generative chatbot we don't see a good positioning, but maybe it's because of a lack of data. And now Anton will finish the presentation with the conclusions. Before moving on to the conclusions, I just wanted to explain that to create this database, we work with the DINIA company, and they have helped us with development, and we've had the head of linguistic services at our department helping us with the maintenance, and also with the help of Joanna Roth. And Ana Torrijos has also helped us with the development of this repository in the same way as Ana Ochoa. And the idea of this analysis is not to just look at the current products that are available on the market here in Catalonia, because this is what we had at our repository. The idea was to do this market research for the whole European Union, and this is something that we can do together, because now we have the methodology and we already have a clear working path. We know that the situation of Catalan is not the same as for all the largest languages. However, we do have a good commercial position, because companies do work with clients here in Catalonia, and that's why they are implementing these resources in Catalan. And the Catalan government, the Generalitat, will be needing more resources in Catalan. And the same goes for the companies that work with clients who are Catalan clients, and the same goes for the academic world. When we refer to popular commercial products, i.e. mainstream products, things do change, because the starting point of languages such as Catalan is low, because the commercial strategies are decided far away from the different countries. So we have different starting points here, and we are facing a problem and the need to breach many gaps and overcome many barriers. But we see that there are clear examples in the case of Google and its navigation tool that is now working in Catalan. This was organized by our department, our linguistic policy department. We wanted to provide this service in Catalan. And then we have the artificial intelligence chatbots that are based on LLM models, large language models. And in the chatbots, these LLMs collect the contents, the existing contents on the internet, and the reality of the language here in Catalonia is to be very active online on the social media. And we have the first internet, for example, where in a period of time where it was difficult to have things in Catalan. From the very beginning, people here in Catalonia understood that they could continue writing in Catalan online. So that's this approach from the very beginning, from the Catalan population to speak and write in their language. So suddenly the popular chatbots, the commercial chatbots are working in Catalan in an exemplary way, such as ChatGPT. It works perfectly well in Catalan with the text and also with the speech system, and also with a Catalan interface. This means that when we are using ChatGPT, we are using it in our language in a very normal way. However, if we do a qualitative analysis, I am sure that we would be able to find some deficiencies. In any case, this is the current environment when there are organizations that need to access the market, then the products are developed in Catalan. However, when we have mainstream products, it's more difficult to include Catalan, and the new paradigm of AI is giving us results that are cause for hope. Thank you very much.
Before we move on, I want to point out that there's a QR code on your name tag, and if you follow that QR code, you will get the program for this conference, so please feel free to scan it. We will go further and well more about the Catalan in the digital world, and I'm happy to present our next speaker, Javier Vila. Is the Minister for Language Policy of the Government of Catalonia. He is a professor of Catalan sociolinguistics at the Department of Catalan Philology and General Linguistics at the University of Barcelona. With a degree in Catalan Philology from the University of Barcelona and a PhD in linguistics from the Vrije University at Brussels, he has taught at several national and foreign universities. He was the director of the master's degree in consultancy, language policy and publishing services at the University of Barcelona. From April 2010, he was director of the Center for Research in Sociolinguistics and Communication of the University of Barcelona. And previously, he has been the first director of the CRUSCAT network, that is Knowledge, Representations and Uses of Catalan, of the Institute of the Catalan Studies. So please, Javier, the floor is yours.
Moltes gràcies. Honorable conseller, autoritat.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, authorities. In March in Galician, I explained within the campus that we held, I explained the impact of the digital technology on the social linguistic dynamics. And I said that the digital world is both a threat and opportunity for languages. If we could show the slide on the screen, please. And move on to the next slide. Sorry, I have the pointer. I should be doing it. Apologies. So, as I was saying, the digital world can be a huge abyss for many of us, but it's both a threat and an opportunity. And we need to define clear strategies and define priorities, identify the efforts and cooperate and be vigilant to change. And in this way, we can prevent digital diglossia, the perception that there are some languages that are useful for some activities, but not for the digital world, so that our languages can be present in AI, which is key for the future, and to update our language, and so that we can have all the contents in our languages. Since then, there have been many changes that I would like to explain from the perspective of the Catalan language. From a technology standpoint, we see that there has been a continuous advance of generative AI. Once again, languages such as Catalan have also followed up with this advance in AI, because we already had contents present online. So we had the language already online. So after many years of work by the citizens and the institutions, we had enough resources to be able to move forward, and our language was included within the environment of AI. And after the last election in Catalonia, we have this new language policy department, which is very necessary for the digital environment, because the digital policies and the language policy should go hand in hand. And the new department has a general secretariat and 2 general directorates. We have a general directorate for language policies for the audiovisual and technology areas. This shows clearly how our government wants to develop language policies within technology. And this goes hand in hand with the audiovisual area. And the idea is to promote new language policies for the digital and technology areas. And the General Directorate covers 2 areas. Firstly, the promotion of audiovisual contents in Catalan, both the traditional contents and also those that are based on the digital development of the recent years, including different social media influencers and so forth. We know the impact of social media in our world and of the digital creators, whether it's a combination of different algorithms for the audiovisual field. And in this case, at the Catalan government, we are deploying different initiatives, such as the specific grants for content creators that will be working for 1 year at the Catalan government, and we've had over 125 applications for these grants, and we will soon have the next edition of these grants. And this General Directorate will also be promoting the Catalan language in the area of technologies. I'd like to emphasize that in the audiovisual field we have more experience. However, in the strict field of technologies, we still have a lot of work to do. And this means that we need to create our own research alliance. And in general, these working paths will be based on research, on development, and we will also focus on the commercial availability, and will also be working on the offer and consumption, on dissemination, and on raising awareness and on the reflection regarding all these lines, and we will be working together with the Barcelona Supercomputing Center on a project that, from our perspective of research, has cooperated and contributed, for example, with Mozilla to have a large Catalan corpus. And this has generated resources for companies with the key repositories that have been shown in the previous presentation. Later on, we'll be looking at other research projects, and the support of the institutions will be key for this. We will also be developing the link between the Catalan and technology companies with the Catalan language. They should be setting the example locally. I will also talk about the role of the government, the driving role of the government for this industry. Then we have to look at the availability of products, the commercial availability of products. Our department plays a key role mapping the reality to offer improvements to users, because we shouldn't just focus on basic research, and this research should have a return on the language so that we have this commercially availability, and we need to consolidate the link between the financial sector and the technology industry. Before, in the previous presentation, we heard about this new repository that should have a European perspective and a global perspective. We also want to promote awareness-raising policies for the technology and audiovisual fields, proposing dissemination activities. Marketing has always been present in Catalonia in their language policies, and we will have a specially devoted team to this, so that we can have audiovisual activities in Catalan so that the population can access these products. But it's important to advertise these products and to be able to be efficient. The government language policies should be participating in solving the challenges for medium and small-sized languages. And one of the main tools that have been supported by the government and by the civil society is the challenge of the search engines. We know that the change of algorithm in Google reduce significantly the traceability of the products in Catalan online. And this is one of the main challenges we need to overcome in the future, because algorithms shouldn't be penalizing languages other from English.
Another challenge that we always have is the one linked to artificial intelligence. So in our general directorate, we are working with the big corporations who are working with artificial intelligence to treat Catalan also equally. So to have all the information in Catalan, for example, ChatGPT, there are many other engines that don't use it. So basically we're working in order to really have Catalan represented at all levels. And also the government of Catalonia has the responsibility to promote the pondering also around the evolution of the language and the life of the people who speak the languages. So we need to really think about the linguistic gaps, the same as we have different gaps like gender gap, class gap, etc. So we need to ask ourselves, what is the socio-linguistic impact on having languages that are much more equipped than others? So we can talk about the digital world. What is the impact of the lack of digital products for the socialization of the new generations? So what happens with the young children when they use languages that are not their languages through the mobile phones. So could we arrive actually to see for the first time in the history of humanity processes of a break of transmission of cultures due to this technological gap and the lack of presence of languages? So basically we have always had language substitutions because of the movements of population. But now, with the eruption of new technologies in our lives, so for the first time in the history, the technologies are going to carry out this linguistic substitution. So said in other words, what can happen to my language if it does not have Alexa, if it does not have TikTok or Disney, for example? So besides everything we need to really think about the languages, because the ethical DNA needs to incorporate a linguistic perspective in order to do all this. So basically, we need to play a prominent role in the digital sector, in the public sector, of course. We are the most important client of the technological corporations. So, for example, all the awareness raising actions and the incorporation of Catalan in mobile phones oblige the corporations to use the Catalan. So one of the objectives of this new General Directorate also is to coordinate with the other departments of the government of Catalonia in culture, digital society, communication, digital services, services to the citizens, etc., to guarantee the normalized use of Catalan. And this is basically a field of work. So in order to talk to the international corporations, we need to make sure that the Catalan corporations incorporate Catalan. So basically we have a project to really translate the legal documents and translate them into an easy language, and also the voice recognition to help elderly people, for example, in pandemics, and also another project by the main clinic Hospital Clinic, which is a reference hospital in Barcelona, in order to translate all the different protocols in Catalan. And we are also normalizing the use of Catalan in all the interfaces because we need to think about the linguistic use of the different digital tools. So we need to make sure that we are bringing towards our language all the different technologies that are available. And also, the same as the government needs to play a prominent role, there is an intense collaboration with the third sector. So the big, small and medium companies need to participate. So basically, I want to say that all the linguistic policies that we have in the digital world will take into account the third sector, because one of the singularity of the linguistic policies in Catalonia have always been the work with all the associations like Fundació.cat and the different alliances, the Alliance for the Presence of Catalan and many other associations also. So a third premise also in the work that we're carrying out is the visibility and opening. So first and foremost, the Catalan goes way beyond Catalan, and with the Catalonia, and with the technologies, we want to go beyond our administrative borders. So one of our goals is to promote the dialogue, the cooperation, and the coordination with other institutions in all the world. And secondly, also we believe we believe that we can be a reference for minority languages. So we have seen that Catalan is one of the leaders of the medium-sized languages. So we need to continue working as leaders. We need to be motivated in order to make sure that all the languages can really follow the example of Catalan. And thirdly, and very specifically, basically we, in Catalonia, of course, we cannot forget Occitan language because it's an official language in its Aranese version and the Catalan Sign Language. So we are working on both sides. We are creating linguistic policies that will allow to make sure that both languages are being upheld. And also we need to work at an international level, and of course we have the Mobile World Congress among others. It's a very important event of international dissemination of the linguistic policies that we have in order to have them penetrate in the audiovisual world. So Catalonia has a political structure in order to really penetrate the digital world. So we cannot allow ourselves to not follow what's happening in the development of the technological world. So that's why we need to cooperate, and our cooperation needs to really reach very concrete objectives. Thank you very much.
Tack, Minister Vila. Our next speaker will be Jordi Mas. He's a computer engineering and founding member of the Soft Català Association. As a developer, he collaborates on dozens of free software projects. He participates in the translation of software into Catalan in projects such as the GNOME desktop or the graphic design program GIMP. He also develops linguistic resources for translators, such as Soft Català's translation memories. He is the main developer of the neural translators in Soft Català, or the audio and video transcription system. He currently works as a machine learning engineering manager in the multinational in the digital sector. So, Mr. Mas, please, the floor is yours.
I'm going to sit because this is 40 minutes and I prefer to be comfortable. De fet, parlaré en català.
Well, actually, I'm going to speak in Catalan. So basically what I was asked to talk about today is a very important thing, which is the role of the open source code and also the open source knowledge in order to incorporate Catalan in new technologies. It's a collective challenge. So first and foremost, I want to talk about the challenge that the digital world represents. It's a very complex challenge because it includes many technologies, many manufacturers, many types of technologies, etc. So in order to guarantee the presence of a language and with this incredible evolution, so we need to really work all together because the challenge is massive. So that's why it is very important to have everything, public sector, companies, civil society working together, because we always can cooperate in order to solve a problem with these huge dimensions. So we need to recognize the role of civil society also in many fields. So basically we need to make sure that our work is complementary and that we are not duplicating the world, and the existence of an active civil society is absolutely necessary. So thank you very much for inviting me here, because it's a recognition of the work of many people, because the message is very clear. We all are necessary. Free technologies and open source technologies. I would like to talk about the importance of the open source technologies. So basically, this started in the 90s. So basically, we have software where we have access to the code in order to study it, to modify it, to distribute it with no limitations. I would like to simplify it as a public domain technology, if you want, so everyone can access freely to the technology. This open source movement inspired other movements like the movement of all the open source, the free culture, the sharing of knowledge in a free manner. I would like to tell you why I think that the free code and the open source is important for the society, because society depends on technologies, softwares, applications, etc. So that's why it's absolutely fundamental to have a public use of these technologies, because we need these technologies for all these services that are given to society. So Internet would not exist if we did not have a public infrastructure and an open source for the use of Internet. And secondly, all the linguistic communities, they need to have a certain technological sovereignty in order to really carry out in a sovereign manner their programs. And the third sector also, and the companies also, we need to make sure that the future of the language does not depend on multinational corporations, but to have them participate in this linguistic community. And also the main pillar of development is sharing information, and this is what we can do with open sources. So we need to make all the information open in order to be able to participate. And the internet is also a platform for civil society, for associations, for public, private sectors also to participate. So even the small and medium enterprises up to the large corporations, Google and Microsoft, they use open source. Not only they use them, but they contribute, and many of the projects that they develop are based on this open source code. And I want to go in detail why the free technologies and the open source technologies are important.
Que jo considero que són importants. El primer és
because in the world we have more than 7,000 languages, and the complexity of working among these languages is very difficult, because they have different ways, different alphabets, different grammars, etc. So that's why we need to make sure that they all are present in the digital world through open source in order to guarantee their presence in the digital world. So the companies don't have many times the resources in order to really adapt all the languages to their technologies. And this is basically so basically this is a problem, because many companies cannot be autonomous. And also in linguistic normalization, we need to really reach the largest number of people. And these free softwares, they allow us to really reach as many people as possible. And so the free softwares and technologies are a very important tool in order to reach these people. And also I want to talk about the civil society. The Catalan civil society has always played an active role in policy, in sports, in culture, in language, and in culture and language during the Spanish dictatorship. So civil society played a very important role in order to maintain the language, the culture, and also it has always contributed also later on with the institutions. And the civil Catalan society have always been very participative, and this is very important. And in the case of the digital world, there are many people who participate also in this world, and We have many Catalan cases there of participation, and it's very important that we play a very important role. I'm going to talk about certain initiatives that are very important in order to face all the challenges that we have. So many of these initiatives, maybe you know them, others no. The first one is Wikipedia, so you all know it. In the case of Catalan, the first Wikipedia, basically in Catalan, basically we have more than 150,000 articles there, and Wikipedia is very important for the use between the users, but also because it really feeds the artificial intelligence models. Basically, it is very important to be there. The second project is Wikidata, which is a sub-product of Wikipedia, wikidata.org. Basically, it's a knowledge graph, and it's a database that is carried out in a collaborative way in order to structure the information, people, data, authors, and that allow to carry out research. For example, if I need to know all the authors that published in 1980 in Catalan, so basically I can have this type of information. And Wikidata has 7 million entities that participate, 7 million, and in Catalan we have worked in order to make sure that the Catalan language and culture are represented there. So we worked a lot in order to collect information, the identifiers of the Institut d'Estudis Catalans, the Institut Cartogràfic, or the Catalan Encyclopedia. So we have worked a lot in order to really move forward. Common Voice also, Mr. Minister talked about it. Also, it's a very important project. And what I want to say here is that it is a very important project because it allows civil society to participate. And it is a platform between that gathers the platform for the language, the Vives Foundation, the Catalan government, the consortium of linguistic normalization. So everyone can participate in this platform. Of course, the government of Catalonia has resources that we don't, but we all could participate there and have our voice heard. Another important project that is called Street Map. It's an international collaborative cartography and mapping project, so this can be used by everyone and for everyone, and basically, so here we see buildings, roads, landscapes also in the different territories. So in the Catalan territories, we participate in the Catalan naming of the places and streets also in order to make sure that Catalan is present there. We have another project that is very important for the normalization of video games in Catalan. It's a very complex field, so it is very important that we try to participate in this. And I have two last projects. So, for example, the translation tools. So we have Translate.cat, Moodle, Genio tools, etc. So there are many softwares that we have there, and we have worked on translating most of them. And finally, in the case of Catalan, there is a very important thing also, which are the independent translators. There are hundreds of independent translations that use applications, open source software, etc., and they participate also in translating them in Catalan, like Transifex, Web Translate, etc. These are individual people who are carrying out a magnificent job also. Any exhaustive list is never complete, and I'm very sorry if I forgot any initiative, but I tried to be as comprehensive as possible. And finally, I would like to talk about Softcatala. which is my software, and it is the organization that I'm representing here. I collaborate with different initiatives, but Softcatala eats up most of my time, so it's www.softcatala.org. And basically, we have more than 100 million visits. And if you look at our linguistic communities, you imagine that this is absolutely overwhelming. We were born 25 years ago in October 1988, and we are a group of activists who carry out voluntary work for the language. And our objective is to make sure that the presence of Catalan in new technology is there, the same as what many other institutions are doing, but we are voluntary, and as we don't have resources, so basically we have always worked with open source technologies, with international, softwares like Linux and others also, so we always have tried to be as free as possible and less commercial as possible, because we believe that the companies also they need to pay for professionals, of course, but we are doing a voluntary work, which is something completely different. So what do we do? So basically, we have many actions, and I would like to briefly talk about them. The first is to translate softwares. We have introduced many like Firefox, like WinEscape, and the Genome, etc. But anyway, there's a very long list of different softwares. And there are around 50 of us, and we have a lot of work to do translating all this software. We continue to update our work. Also, another field of work is to create tools for the translators, also to allow translators to share freely information. So we have developed a lot of tools for sharing information, because our goal is to make sure that there are more and more people translating into Catalan. So we have a lot of resources, so we need to share it, because resources for translators, we have more than 12, and this is very important. We have created a web page where every week we put all the translations of all the free softwares, and we update them automatically. We have quality reports. We have more than 12 million words that are indexed. For example, if I want to look for a word, let's say hacker, so I can find it in Catalan, and it's fantastic. So in order to understand how the different terminologies are translated, and also so we have also worked for 20 years on a guide and guidelines for writers also, and it's an open source also document and tool. And another tool that is very interesting also is that you can, for example, send a document in English in whatever translation format you want. So we translate it automatically, and we can resend it. So we can help the translators to really translate very fastly. And so basically the second block were the tools for translators, and then we have a third block of linguistic tools for all the users. So this is why we have 100 million visits every year. So basically the first service is a thesaurus for synonyms. We had 6 million visualization in only the last months also, and everything is based on free sources and now we have an English-Catalan dictionary that we have been working on for the past 3 years, and we have developed also grammar guides, also a grammar corrector. Also, last year it received 44 million visits, and this year we have the same type of growth, and the characters that we develop, they use Mozilla or open source softwares always, and we have also automatic translation tool from Catalan to around 10 languages, for example, from Catalan to Occitan, Spanish, English, German, and we use also neuronal translation systems, different types of engines. We have received last year 21 million visits, 8% more than the year before, and it is very difficult here to compete because we're competing with Google, we're competing with these massive corporations, so it is not easy to compete with them. Another tool that we have offered, it's an audio and video transcription tool, so you can send an audio or a video file and it is translated. We have around 300, 400 daily transcriptions that are asked, and also we have a syllabus. We have a very long list of services that we can offer to our users, and also so basically, we are working on artificial intelligence. We want, in order to offer all those services, we needed to copy certain models, and just to give you an idea about what we do, so you can go to our webpage and you can see all the information that we have. So basically, we have tools of neuronal recognition, like Common Voice. So we have participated also in many projects, synonym dictionaries, English, Catalan dictionary, etc. And also we work in training, also in artificial intelligence and many others. And today, as I am with you, I will just through a few ideas. So basically these ideas with respect of all the institutions that I will mention. So the first idea is that now that we talked about open source technologies, I would like to ask the Institute of Catalan Studies to cooperate, because we believe that it would be very good if the Institute of Catalan Studies opened its corpuses in Catalan languages, and this will have a very positive impact for all the people who work in language technologies, and we will be very happy to collaborate with you to talk about the different technological aspects. And I hope that in 2024 the Institut d'Estudis Catalans really reaches out to help us and help the rest of the Catalan speakers. And now I'll be talking about artificial intelligence and open source technologies. Am I fine with time? Okay, that's brilliant. So basically, artificial intelligence created a certain confusion because no one understood if it was free or not free. And companies like OpenAI basically engage in a competitive process, and the companies talk about artificial intelligence that is open or free, and this is a term, this is one of the objectives today as a representative of the free communities to understand what does it mean.
And I would like to take some minutes to explain what AI is and how it's created. In fact, it's quite simple. It's like a neuronal automatic translator. It starts with some data. You can have 5 or 10 million texts. Imagine we want to create an English-Catalan translator, and we have these 5 million sentences. This is the training corpus, and then we apply some deep learning algorithms to extract some patterns, because in software, in IT, we always work with patterns, and then it synthesizes a new model. And when we talk about AI model, this is a synthesis of patterns based on training data. So when we refer to AI, to free AI, there are different components. First, the model, whether it's free or not free. The data are very important because the models are temporary, but the data is more permanent. Is it free? Isn't it free? And this is something to bear in mind, because when we refer to free AI, there are 4 components that should be free. Firstly, the training data. If the training data is not free, then it cannot be considered free. Then the code, the training algorithms, the deep learning algorithms that extract the patterns, are they free or not? Then the model, the inference model. And I will give you a short example. We have the Open AI Whisper technology, and it is free. It is an open source technology. But I'd like to highlight in this case that if from Catalan we want to use Whisper, this is an SR. This is a speech recognition system. And if we had the data code, we would want to do something that is more focused on Catalan. And this is not something that we can do because we don't have the code, we don't have the data. It's good to have the model, but it's incomplete. And when we hear about free AI, everything should be open, the data should be free data, because if there's something that's not open, then it will limit our scope of work. And there's a second area of confusion in AI, and that's the license that is used. And the legal issues are quite complex, but just to summarize this quickly. In the world of free software, you cannot limit the use of a technology. And I would like to say that my technology cannot be used for military uses, but that's impossible. You cannot limit the uses of a technology. And for some time now, we have had this limitation, the commercial use of a technology. This means that any license that cannot be used for a commercial use is not free and is not open. And this is a problem that, as I mentioned before, what we are trying to solve is a very complex challenge, and we cannot exclude, for example, the business world. That is a huge mistake. And this is a mistake that, and I don't want to go against the business world. We have to include the business world. The impact of being able to use the licenses goes beyond the business world. It also affects the voluntary world. For example, the synonym dictionary of this institution where we are here today, the Catalan Institute, uses a software that is not free. And in our in the technologies we use, there are tools. And from the very first moment, we wanted to include a synonyms dictionary, but we weren't able to do that because these licenses are not considered free. And this means that at SoftCatalan, we have developed our own synonyms dictionary because the Catalan Institute Synonyms Dictionary is not free and open. This means that we are overlapping efforts. We cannot have the free access to something that has been developed by the public sector. This is one example. And then Aina publishes models. We've heard about some of the projects before, and the matters speech synthesis models don't allow this commercial use. This excludes companies, but it also includes us, an NGO, and this can be contradictory. And what happens is that with all these licenses, what's commercial and what's not commercial is not well defined, and there is a lot of controversy in this regard. And what happens in our case, in our website, although we're not a company, we are a volunteer NGO, but we do have advertising, and the most conservative interpretations of licenses interpret that you cannot use commercial technologies with a commercial limitation. And I have another claim and another proposal today. We would ask the institutions that publish AI models, they should really offer no restriction to the commercial use, because if there's this restriction, then it is not a free system. And we know that to have an open source project is a step forward, and it's a key step to have this open source technology, and we ask the institutions to eliminate the restrictions that prevent us to work with commercial uses, because if that's the case, then it's not free, because we want our technology to reach everybody so that we can promote this language use without barriers. And lastly, I wanted to refer, and I will end with this. I think I'm doing okay for time. I do think Catalan is a privileged language within minority languages. We've seen some data before, and this is very much aligned with what we think very often. Catalan is within the 50 languages used by the large companies such as Google and Microsoft. So we should be happy that Catalan is among the top 50 languages used by these large companies. And there's another language, a minority language, that's Occitan, that is not well represented. And then we have other minority languages in Spain, such as the Asturian language, and the position of Catalan versus these other minority languages within the Spanish territory is privileged. And we have an AI model that's called Hugging Languages, and 971 of its models are in Catalan, and it may seem a small figure compared to other languages like Spanish that has 5,000 and French 6,000. And one of the reasons for the presence of Catalan in AI is the fact that we had contents in Catalan online, and we're not just referring to the websites. And of course, we have the Catalan Wikipedia, but we also have the social media, YouTube. All of these online media are based on open source data, not necessarily free data on the internet. And our last petition, our last proposal is the following. Because we've seen the AINA project developed by the Catalan administration. This is good, but it should be complemented, because we would need to free the maximum number of data available to the administration. The administration produces many data, text, videos, and it would be necessary to have the maximum number of data as open source data and free data, because that's how AI is fed. So everything that is behind a user or a password and that is not posted should be posted, because it's very important to have that data for AI to learn from that data, because automatic translation for many years were train thanks to the Europal corpus, the Parliament, the European Parliament corpus. So administrations have the role, or I think an important role, in sharing data. And we're not just referring to the data from the Catalan government, but also from the city councils and from other administrations. It's important to have this data open to everybody. And before I end, I'd like to thank you for inviting me here today so that we can be the voice of the work of many people who work in these free licenses, open source licenses. There is a lot of work to be done, but a lot has already been done. Thank you very much for your attention.
Jordi Mas, very interesting. And we have a few minutes for questions from the audience. So if anyone wants to raise a question, now is your chance. And there will be microphones handed out to those. So please indicate if you have a question. If not, I will ask a question.
Thank you.
You see, a few weeks ago I was at a conference in Finland, and the conference was about the Swedish language and AI. And all the institutions and organizations being represented at the conference, they were very curious about AI and very willing to take it into their daily work, but they didn't really have the knowledge on how should we do this. So do you have any advice on how organizations should work with AI to get started?
I think that the world of AI is very broad. No, it depends a lot on your goals. I think that actually the conseller described some of the initiatives that they are doing. No, for example, there is AINA, no, that is research. That I think that is very important. Definitely, you have to have research programs. But also there is the need also to educate people in the public sector, no? How from the public sector you can get the maximum benefit from all these technologies. Actually, language models and all these technologies, I think that in the context of the public administrations can help to simplify a lot of the processes. No? We have a lot of bureaucracy, a lot of processes, and LLMs can be, and a lot of this technology, no, some of the technologies that were mentioned before, no, like ASR systems, can help to streamline some of these processes. No? Then I think that what you need is a program that covers all these areas. And I think also that to educate the people in schools, no, to educate the citizens, no, is important, no, to develop critical thinking on what are the benefits of these technologies and also the limitations. Because unfortunately, at this moment, the technologies we are seeing some challenges, no, in terms of bias, no, that were mentioned, in terms of hallucinations, no? The ability to be always precise, that we are struggling to fix and probably will take some years. Then I think that it's important for people to understand also the limitations in which contexts are safe, no, to use this technology, in contexts are not. But overall, I think that has multiple angles, depends a lot on the problem that you want to solve. But I think that it's very exciting that we have these kind of technologies. They open a lot of challenges, but they open a lot of possibilities. Just to give you a small example, we get emails every day from people, twice a month, sorry, from people saying, I used to record interviews because I'm doing a PhD in sociology, and I had to transcribe them manually, and was an hour. And now, thanks to an AI, I can do this in 5 minutes and then do post-edit and finish this. No? How we are helping people to be more productive and focus on what matters. No? Then I think that the opportunity is amazing, but we also need to address some challenges. I don't know if I have answered your question.
Yes, you did. There's another question.
Hola, bon dia.
Bon dia.
Moltes gràcies per la...
Good morning, and thank you for your presentation. It's a basic question, maybe, but when we use the search engines or the AI platforms such as ChatGPT, the reply that you obtain from these AI platforms, these replies are equivalent regardless of the language, whether it's English, Spanish, or Catalan, or will that reply or the quality of the reply vary depending on the language? So, in the case of Catalan versus other languages such as English, French, or Spanish, well, this is something very difficult to answer, and I can only answer from the point of view of science. If we did an assessment of many different questions and we did a comparison, then maybe we could assess it. But I don't have any scientific data based on scientific papers, but based on my experience, all these systems are multilingual. ChatGPT, Gemini, all of these systems are multilingual. And during the training process, they learn from many languages, and there's the transfer learning mechanism, and they are capable of applying knowledge from one language to another. And I think that the quality of the reply will be similar. However, when you use a language like Catalan, you are using Catalan tokens that can lead towards a different type of reply that is closer to our cultural context. For example, when we refer to very general programming software questions, we just have some specific models for programming, another type of models for mathematics, and the quality of the response may vary depending on the topic. But based on my personal experience, if it's a technical question, the quality of the reply will be very similar in Catalan to that in English. And of course, another important thing is the language used for the question. But as I say, the reply in terms of quality will be very similar. I have no proof that working in Catalan means having a less quality response. Hello, I'm Maite Melera, and I work at the AINA project. First of all, I would like to thank you for your very interesting presentation, and thank you very much also for the work that you carry out. And I agree with everything you have said. However, I have a comment, a brief comment, because one of the main objectives of AINA is to have as much open data as possible. Sometimes it's easier than in other cases. It depends, it varies from case to case. And in the case of data, and data is key for technology, and for many years now we have tried to have more and more data. And the situation has improved with the text mining exception from the EU, and we also have the fair use, for example, in the US. But now the problem is that data providers, or for example, the excuse of the text mining exception wasn't competing before against those who produce the data, because the data was not published in a book, for example. However, with Gen AI, these providers, artists, for example, think that these technologies are competition, and now open source data is a more complicated field. Well, personally, I work at the Dow Jones Publishing company, and I do understand the problem, because we have data that cannot be used because they don't have the clearance for AI. But in the case of AINA, the Matcha model should provide a free license. There's more flexibility, well, for Matcha, and I just asked my colleague Carmen Almentano, I asked her because she's the expert, and I asked her about the commercial uses, and I think it all depends on the previous license. Well, the thing is, when you create a model, very often many institutions and I do understand the institutions. I have worked for large institutions, and some licenses are used by the illegal teams, other licenses are used by other teams. But my message is that if you have a commercial restriction, then that data is not free. And everybody needs to understand that. That's the key message. And I do value your efforts, I do. But if there's a commercial license, we have restricted data. Okay.
Perdoneu que hagi arribat tard perquè...
I apologize because I have arrived late. But I work here at this institution, the IEC, the Catalan Studies Institution, and for many years we've been working in the area of digitalization. We have been working really hard. It's been very difficult for us to implement many of the projects, and I am not talking about the current situation, but I'm talking about the past when we started. And in terms of data, you have to think that this is a public institution, but as you mentioned, there is a distinction. That is, the data that you provide, that you have to provide as a public institution, then another public institution can be marketing that data directly or indirectly. So we have a perverse competition here, and this needs to be solved. So public institutions would open up more data if there was this ethical commitment from other public institutions that reuse that data with commercial uses. Thank you for this remark. And by the way, the proposals we are making to AINA and that we are making also to your institution are based on a deep respect for your work. And there are licenses that can be used by third parties. However, if there is a commercial use, for example, we have an Android app that's translator, and the UPC University is in the credits because they were there in the development phase, and I do believe that we should include in the credits all the institutions. That is something that we can do in an appropriate way, and I do believe that it's very important for the creators to acknowledge their work, and there are ways of doing that.
Big hand for you.
Thank you.
Now we will have a half an hour coffee break, so that means you need to be back on your seat at 11:25. So see you in half an hour. Thank you. Thanks. Welcome back. I hope you had a nice coffee break. In this next session, we have altogether 6 speakers, and I will introduce them separately. So each speaker has 10 minutes, and then we have a few minutes for questions, and then it's the next speaker. And the first one is Andres Roman. He's a telecommunications engineer and holds a master's degree in business administration from the Universitat Politècnica de Catalunya. He has 30 years of experience working in innovation and product development. He is currently a business developer and market analyst in the innovation department of the Barcelona Supercomputing Center. Go ahead, the floor is yours, Andres.
So, I will just take some notes.
Bon dia. Me n'alegra veure que
Good morning. I love to see so many people who are interested in the use of artificial intelligence in language. I want to thank the organization for this opportunity to be able to talk about the contribution of the Barcelona Supercomputer Center in an agenda that is so important like today's. So I'll be talking about a project, the Project AINA, how to apply artificial intelligence in language uses and how to collect correctly data and how to apply the different models of artificial intelligence that we have. So artificial intelligence is generative, and we see it every day. And here we see the different language models, and the progress that artificial intelligence has shown is absolutely immense. Everyone now wants to use the generative artificial intelligence. We believe that AI will have a profound impact on our lives, especially when it's applied to language and potentially also in the different workplaces. So we can think about automatic services, CRMs, for example. We can imagine now virtual humans in the future, work processes and flows, transcription from text to speech and from speech to text, and also translation, the augmented generation and recuperation, which is very trendy nowadays. So we need to ask ourselves, so who is behind this artificial intelligence? Who is the owner of AI? There is a problem in the propriety of the models and the programs. There are certain concentrations that put at risk the free market, and here you see that there's a huge concentration, but the market is dynamic, and it is showing a dynamism that did not exist a few years ago. In order to compete, we need immense resources and investments, and this is exponential, and this leads us to think about the need of a public artificial intelligence infrastructure, not only for those who finance it, but also in terms of those who manage it. For example, if I put my company next to a motorway, my company is mine, but the motorway is not. But my company depends on the good functioning of the motorway. So we hope that artificial intelligence does not depend on a private corporation. So we are at the Catalan Language Institute, so we need to talk about languages, we need to talk about minority languages, and here you only have 23 of the 7,000 languages in the world that are majority languages. So basically we're talking about more than 50 million speakers. And in the internet, we have more than 90% of the content in only one language, and the minority languages are suffering disadvantages facing these main languages. And also, so we have the mission in our supercomputer computing center to offer help to the research in our country. Just to give you a few data about this research center that is financed by the Spanish government and the Catalan government as well. What's happening with my point? Okay. Okay, So here we are. So we're talking about 314 petaflops, which is one of the most important computing centers in the world, and especially in Europe. And it was designed to function perfectly well with artificial intelligence. And here you can see that approximately every 5 years, we multiply this power, and we are a part of a European network of supercomputing centers, and these centers serve their countries, but also they serve beyond borders. And also we belong to the supercomputing network in Spain, so where we serve all the research fields in Spain. And the Barcelona Supercomputing Center, there are 1,000 people who work there. 90% of us are scientists, and especially those who are working in language technologies are 50 researchers with one main objective. In 2006, we want to have an open language model for the public sector and private sector in Catalonia. The main goal is to generate a whole series of models with quality data and multilingual contents. And here we have the different models that you can see. And the challenges that we're facing is to find enough data, because we see that the languages with little technological support have a different functioning, and also we need to have high levels of transparency and traceability in order to really respect the European rules and directives. And in this conference, I was asked to talk about data and applications. I'll be talking about data, basically. So our model is determined by the group of data. So 90% of our research is dedicated to collect correct data. We need to make sure that we have a massive and balanced corpus. So we receive data from different sources. So before the pause, we talked about open source data and information. It's a very complex issue here. So that's why we need to reprocess the data in order to avoid duplications and in order to avoid inadequate content. And this filter allows us to have a model that functions fairly well. And so we now used a model called Salamandra, and we usually use public models that come from universities, and this year we have Mare Nostrum 5 at our disposal, so we created our own model starting from scratch. So this model only shows 2% of Catalan, but it's 15 times more than ChatGPT, for example, and this proportion of Catalan will be multiplied with time. We talked about our model, and now we need to talk about the different applications of our model. So we need to have an ecosystem where all the different stakeholders work in the best manner possible. So we have the data generators first, we have the aggregators, so then we will have a corpus, which are the data that we need, and then we will apply a model. And once we have a model with data that are sufficiently powerful, so the next step would be to convert those in applications that will be used by the public and private institutions and also the final users. the model is not the app, and this is very important. The model is not the app. Here we created a model, an architecture, and afterwards this architecture, the startups, the SMEs, the integrators, the companies, the operators, they need to carry out these aggregations in order to make sure that there's an adequate use of this data. So in order to convert this model in applications, we need to have a toolbox that consists in instructions, examples, and services, because all these startups that will be creating these apps that you will use, we want to make sure that they are using the model correctly. So this toolkit is called Aina Kit. And we have a whole series of documentation that allows this project to be implemented. So we have also a helpline to help the people. So this tool improves with the questions and the comments of the developers. So we are creating an ecosystem where the developers will use it, will detect the errors, the ways of improvement, and we will keep on working in order to make this model very powerful in the future. So now that we have our model that will be prepared, and this will be on the that was in the 7th of June. So we organized a master class that was organized by the CIDAI, the Center of Innovation for Data Technology and Artificial Intelligence in Catalonia. So we organized this masterclass to explain about the plan, about the objectives, and after this masterclass, we organized a workshop where we invited all the stakeholders within the ecosystem. Oh, I have little time left? Okay. So basically, we invited all the stakeholders in order to talk to them about the plan and in order to exchange about ideas, about preoccupations, about worries, etc. And last week, we organized an Aina Hack event where different developers also tried to solve different challenges with the administration in order to really tailor many applications, and we ended up with Aina Challenge, which is a competition where different aggregators will work on a project and concept projects, and we will start in January. And in the Mobile World Congress, we will announce those who have won and who will be developing these proofs of concept during the months of April, May, and June. And hopefully this will end up in applications that the general public can use. So basically, all our work is paid by the different administrations, and so that's why we are not pushed to run and find any solution. We can really take our time to find the best solutions in order to serve our public. So we have an objective, an open model, a plan with very clear objectives, and an ecosystem that allows us to move forward correctly. Thank you.
If there's any questions, I'm sure you can want to have a few questions, if possible. Is there anyone? They're very shy. Yeah, you were very clear. See it as that way. Thank you very much, and we'll move on to the next speaker, and that is Gemma Boleda. She's a research professor in the Department of Translation and Language Sciences at Pompeu Fabra University, where she co-leads the Computational Linguistics and Linguistic Theory Research Group. Throughout her career, Dr. Boleda has obtained numerous awards, such as Starting Grant Project from the European Research Council. In her research, she uses computational and quantitative methods to investigate the nature of languages. As this involves artificial intelligence and big data, it has also contributed to creating tools and data for linguistic research in Catalan, Spanish, and English. So, Gemma, the floor is yours. This one.
Thank you. Hi, thank you. I'm very happy to be here. So we've talked a lot about open data in the context of AI and society. I'm going to talk about the same topic, but from the perspective of science. I'm a linguist. I'm in love with all things language. And my talk is going to be about how it's important to have open data, open resources for linguistic research. And my talk has two premises and two goals. The first premise is that to preserve diversity in language in Europe and in general, it's vital to understand how language works. And that's what the language sciences do, theoretical linguistics and things like how the syntax works, but also, for instance, historical linguistics to understand where we come from, social linguistics to understand the conditions in which languages, oh, sorry, I'm speaking in English. Parlo en català.
So I will move to Catalan. I'm so sorry for the interpreters. I just switched language, so we need to know the languages in order to preserve the diversity. So the historic linguistics in order to understand where we come from, the sociolinguistics in order to understand the different conditions that languages go through, and many other disciplines within the language sciences. So the first thing that we have to think about is what does all this mean in 2024? Because all these ideas were born in the 21st century. So the languages that don't have a very important base, so they have less resources in order to really know these languages much better. So the objective is to really think what the governments can do through their public policies in order to uphold them. So what does it mean to study the languages in 2024? So we have a synthesis between the knowledge and the traditional approximations that we had throughout our history with new ideas, approximations that are based on big data and software also. So many programs also like data science. In order to really have these new perspectives with big data and science, we need to have open source softwares. So we have the same thing that we talked about, AINA project or Softcatala. There was an article that was published last year in the Science magazine where colleagues and myself, we studied universal models of for the development of languages. So how did we do this? Basically, we analyzed more than 1,400 languages, and you see that there are more than 7,000 languages spoken in our planet. So we analyzed a good part of them. So thanks to a dozen of open source digitalized databases. What are these open resources? For example, lexical databases. So you can imagine an enormous dictionary that is linked in order to make comparisons between different languages, computational models, and we used a lot of resources. So basically, a question that I'm asking was Catalan in all these different open digitalized resource repositories, and the Galician and Occitan and so many other languages, are they present? So you can imagine that it is very difficult for those languages to find a place there. What does it mean? It means that it is difficult for these languages to participate in the general conversations about language and the debates. And on the other hand, if you want to make a specific study about these languages, you cannot do it. So basically, we studied 1,400 languages. We could have studied 1,410 languages. We would have found exactly the same result. And basically, there's a parenthesis that I want to open here because there are members of the government here. So in order to carry out this study, we need interdisciplinary research teams. We need to make sure that everyone understands how to manage big data, because we have data absolutely everywhere. But this was a parenthesis that I close here. And now I'll move on to the second part of my speech. So what can we do through public policies in order to solve this situation? So I know that we have said that this many times, but we have to repeat it. We need to finance open resources, data, software, because all the resources that are created with public money, they need to be accessible to all the society, period. So if this was paid by the government, we need to make sure that we can access it. Everyone can access it at any time. And I imagine that most of you have heard terms like open science, open data, FAIR principles. You are acquainted with this. So in Horizon 2020, they say that we need to have the most open resources possible. So we need to make a lot of efforts in order to make sure. We need to talk with editors. We need to talk about copyrights, etc., and especially all the information that has to do with health, for example, needs to be open. And I will give you two examples on what's happening in the world of research nowadays and how are we solving this problem. So these examples are mine because I went through them myself. So just an example, a negative example and a positive one. The negative one is a tool of Catalan processing that I dedicated many hours during my PhD to process texts in Catalan and to offer statistics about the language. For example, if you have a sentence like this house is green, so the program will say that the is an article. It's not a pronoun like, for example, La Berta, I see her every day, or for example, a name. This note is a la. So basically, so depending on the context, so it could be an article, it could be a noun, it could be a pronoun also. And la casa, the house, is an object. So basically, the grammar that I elaborated during my PhD was open. There was no secret there, but the software was private. So what was the result of all my work was that other researchers could not use it because the software was closed. So basically, they would send us the text and we would label them and work on them, but they could not access the software. And so this tool does not exist anymore because the software was outdated. So there was no community to keep up updating this software, so it died by itself. So to me, this was extremely frustrating because I dedicated days and days of my life to elaborate this tool, and this was done with public money, with my grant, with my European grants, etc. So all this money was thrown in the trash bin. So I'm going to give you now a positive example. So last year, I worked on the elaboration of a corpus that was an open source that was based on Wikipedia, because you know that it's an open source data. We have heard many times that a corpus is a series of digitalized texts where we add linguistics, notes, and information. For example, like la, the is a pronoun, etc. But anyway, This was Catalan, Spanish, and English. And in Catalan, we had 50 million words. It's one of the very few corpus that is available completely open source and free distribution. With Maria Taulé also from the city of Barcelona, she created another resource center, and she said that it has a huge value, and this one is done automatically.
And this is a positive example, and this was paid also with public money, but it costs much less. As we heard before from Jordi Mast, in the case of Softcatalà, we need to understand what open source means, because there are different levels of openness. This corpus is also available on a web interface, and one can search for the word house, that's casa, and you see where it appears. This means that users who are not expert users can interact also with this corpus, but this is not open source. This is closed behind an interface. You cannot access the text. You cannot do sophisticated things with it. For it to be open, you have to be able to download the text and the version with the language notes, with all the linguistic notes, and this is open source. But as we heard before, when we refer to something that's really free and open source, it's never restricted. And what happens when there is an institution or a research group has a closed resource? Sometimes, if you're lucky, you can sign an agreement with the university to use this data. So, this is good, but there's a problem there. If I do a research and I say, this is what happens here, other researchers cannot check whether my analysis is correct or not, whether the methodology is appropriate, and whether the contents should be revised in any way. That's why we need to have open source data also for research. And it's key to understand the functioning of languages to preserve language diversity. And in 2024, this means having data and tools that are quality data and quality tools. What can the governments do? What can the administration do if there are few resources available? Well, maybe the administration should be promoting open source data and also promote interdisciplinary education. And to end, I would like to thank my collaborators and my research team, because we are really developing open source resources. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for an interesting presentation, and I was amused how you didn't realize that you spoke the wrong language. It's so automatical for you. Well, any questions for Gemma? Seems like everyone is satisfied. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Antoni Oliver. He's a lecturer in the Faculty of Arts and Humanities at the Open University of Catalonia and the director of the Master's degree in Translation and Technologies. His teaching and research focuses on natural language processing and translation technologies. He is currently the principal investigator of the TAN-IBE project, Neural Machine Translation for the Romance Languages of the Iberian Peninsula. In this project, neural machine translation systems are trained for these languages, paying special attention to the languages with fewer resources, that is, Asturian, Aragonese, and Aranese. Welcome, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the presentation. Jo també faré la xerrada en català i explicar una mica.
My presentation will be in English, and I'd like to explain what language technologies we are developing at the Open University of Catalonia, focusing mainly on the Aranese and Catalan language in our research group. It's a inter-university research group, so we have members from the UOC University, but also from the Barcelona University and the Lleida University. And the basis of this research is to create language resources, corpuses, and terminology and lexic databases for different fields such as automatic translation and for AI, and also to conduct linguistic analysis with conceptual metaphors, discourse analysis, and contrastive linguistics. So we have more of a theoretical part and then also a very practical part in our research. As a university research group, we cover these three areas in the sense that everything that we do is applied to education, and we have the research itself and then the knowledge transfer from this research to institutions and companies. In terms of the applications that we have developed, we have three main ones. They are the three most recent ones. We have TBX tools for the automatic extraction of terminology and to search for translation equivalents. We also have a project for automatic translation. It's a neuronal system based on algorithms for the training phases and also for the integration of the automatic translation in productive environments. And we also have a corpus labeling and analysis project. The software is distributed with a free license. Usually it's GNU GPL, and this helps to adapt better and integrate better all these tools, and they're mainly developed in Python. So all the tools we have created are free and open, and we are a university, and we think that there is an economy also based on free projects and open source projects, because free doesn't mean that you're losing business opportunities. It means developing the relevant economy. Anybody can use this, and when you create a free software, you are also using a free software, that's a previous software, that helps with a better and quicker development. Our research is based on creating some parallel corpuses, and we also maintain the corpus of the Catalan government official gazette. And as a user, you can download this gazette. As you know, there was a change in the spelling of many words in Catalan. There have been changes that have been included in this corpus. And then we also have a compilation of monolingual terms and bilingual terms. We have been working for many years with the Termcat, which is the Terminology Center of the Catalan government, and we have the goal of transferring the database of terminology of the European Union and to transfer it to Catalan. And it is available for translators, but it's not yet available in a free manner, and we hope it will be available in a free manner so that we can also have Catalan within the official languages of the European institutions. Automatic translation is based on different modules to be able to align the different corpuses and to train them and assess them and also integrate them. The key element is a server that is compatible with many different servers and with remote systems. This is the automatic translation project supported by the Science and Innovation Ministry, and it's for some specific languages in the Iberian Peninsula. We're mainly focusing on Aranese, Asturian, and Aragonese. And what happens with these languages? There are few resources to promote them. And in the case of Aragonese and Aranese, there are many different language roles with a diversity of texts that pose some problems for their assessment and analysis. And for this, we need to use synthetic corpuses. And these languages do have some free rules that help with this automatic translation. And we can also have a transfer learning from one language to another. In this way, we have a better development of all the languages, and we obtain a system that can provide better translations. And we also work with multilingual systems. We want to continue promoting this project for other languages in Europe with few resources, and the idea is to use LLMs for translation to see whether we can obtain better results and whether we can also adapt the existing models. And that's all. That was my presentation. I think that the time is right. Yes? Wonderful. And I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Veronique. Please say if there will be any questions. We have time for questions. Otherwise, we can take all the questions after all the 6 speakers as well. So, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jordi Suil. He holds a PhD in Catalan philology from the University of Lleida, where he is a tenured lecturer in Occitan sociolinguistics and Romance dialectology, specializing in the sociolinguistic field of Aranese and in the dialectal varieties of northwestern Catalan. He is an advisor to the Conseil General regarding language planning and policy. He is currently working on 2 projects, AMRELSE, an inter-university sociolinguistic research project, and LinguaTech, where it collaborates with the Permanent Congress of the Occitan language. So please, the floor is yours, Jordi.
Bon dia. He preparat una petita presentació que aniré explicant sobre el projecte LinguaTech, que és una mica el que vull presentar-vos aquí. Bàsicament explicant què consisteix aquest projecte, però no parlaré de totes les parts del projecte perquè podria ser redundant amb altres contribucions que hi ha hagut o que hi haurà després. Per tant, em centraré en una part i aniré una mica de general a particular del termini ampli al que s'està fent ara mateix i del domini geogràfic ampli també a un domini molt més precís. El projecte LinguaTech IA, que veieu, és de fet el desenvolupament o la segona fase d'un projecte previ que tenia per nom LinguaTech sense IA i que es va desenvolupar entre el període 2014 a 2020, com veieu aquí. les institucions, les entitats associades a aquest projecte, en un primer moment, en la primera fase, van ser com a cap de projecte era la Fundació Eluiar del País Basc, el Congrés Permanent de la Llengua Occitana, també, i el grup de la Universitat del País Basc, l'Escolça India.
And then we also had the CPLO and the ICSA group. These were the institutions that were involved in the project. In this second phase, that's LinguaTech IA. We have restructured here the list of members, and the current associates are the ones that we see on the list that include, for example, the Toulouse University. We also have other universities, and among them we have the Perpignan University and also the Lleida University, the star university of this list. So we have more members involved. The general objectives of this project are the following. As we can see on the slide, the idea is to create tools that allow minority languages to be incorporated into the development of language technologies with a multiplying effect, always thinking about the younger generations, because they are essential for language transfer, as we heard this morning from the Catalan minister. Another objective is to develop research on these fields, particularly focused on those languages that have few speakers. The idea is to help these minority languages and to do some innovative research in the area of minority languages. And we would like these minority languages to have their own resources, and in this way they won't be able to use the large or more important languages. We are working with Basque, Occitan, Aragonese, and Catalan in this project. We have different teams that meet regularly to share information. In this way, we can benefit from the work of all the teams. At the starting point for 2024, we saw that Basque and Aragonese had a different level of tools available, as you can imagine, versus Catalan, for example. Today, as a starting point, we have all these items for each of the languages. In the case of the Basque language, we have speech recognition. We also have speech synthesis tools, and there has been also an improvement of the automatic translation from Spanish to Basque and the other way around. And we also have a tool to present all these improvements. In the case of Aragonese, we are now developing the speech synthesis tools. There is an automatic translation tool that is working quite well. And there's also an online Aragonese dictionary, and there are some specific tools for the dissemination of the cultural heritage. Here on this website of the Aragon administration, you can find all the tools available for the Aragonese. In the case of Occitan, we have a permanent conference of the Occitan language that has helped with the development of monolingual and bilingual dictionaries. There are also some tools available for morphosyntactic analysis, and there's one tool called VOTS. This is a speech synthesis tool in Occitan, and we also have Revoc, which is a speech recognition tool in Occitan. There's also a new development in automatic translation in the French-Occitan language pair. This is the website of the Permanent Congress, and here you see the status, the current status of these tools. On this website that was implemented for the first time last month, we have the whole list of tools available for Occitan. And this is a website that has been created by one of the members of the Permanent Congress. Now I would like to focus on the Occitan language because the situation is quite complex for this language. Because there are at least 3 options of standard language. We have one that would be a reference. It would be a more of a general reference. One is based on Gascon, the other one is based on Languedocian. That means that we have many different dialects, and there is no tradition of interconnection. And very often this is also due to political issues, to the borders. At Linguatec, we work with the Occitan language, and in some ways, it's like working with 3 different languages, or at least 3 different options for one same language. Now, in the case of Aranese, we are developing right now a specific task because we started to create a speech synthesis tool for Aranese. And also for speech recognition, and that's speech to text and text to speech, STT. And based on this, in 2020, we developed a small project called Araina that is inspired in the Catalan AINA project. And we created a platform for voice contributions. And this was created 4 years ago as a marathon, as a voice marathon, and people would come to contribute their voices that were recorded for this project for several days. And this could be done also online, and in total we had 13 hours of speech. And today we need to increase the number of data, we need to increase the number of hours. Maybe we can have 50 hours, because with that amount of hours we could create a speech recognition tool. And we are also doing some recordings for an STT tool in Aranese, and we will have to do the same for the other languages. We do have a lot of work, as you may see, but it is interesting. What we have learned from all these projects is that every language has its own specific variations, and these tools have a significant socio-linguistic impact. And the fact that a machine will choose between one or another option will have, as I say, a huge socio-linguistic impact, in particular when we are referring to very minority languages such as Aranese. And this is something we already see with the current tools of automatic translation. The problem is that very often you don't have all the options available in the standard automatic translation tools. Therefore, I think it's very important to be careful with the intrinsic characteristics of each language when we create these tools. And then the very dynamics of the creation of these tools involves society. We are working with minority languages. We are asking for the contribution of society, and this has a very positive impact in terms of a language awareness. This is one of the main results of this type of project. Thank you very much.
Any direct questions to Jordi? No, we'll take.
The name.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Mariona Taulé. She's a linguist and the director of the Center for Language and Computing Research Group of the University of Barcelona since 2017, in the framework of which she develops her research focused on the computational treatment and representation of different aspects of linguistic knowledge. She is currently also the director of the Department of Catalan Philology and General Linguistics. The main objective of her research has been focused on the modeling of human language and on establishing the theoretical and methodological basis for the annotation of corpora at different linguistic levels. Please, Mariona, the floor is yours.
Bon dia a tothom.
Good morning. I'd like to thank the organizers for holding this meeting and for inviting me here today. Having said that, my presentation will be focusing mainly on the description of this tool, this transcription tool, a digital transcription tool that is focused on Catalan. The name of this tool is Scribal. First of all, I'd like to introduce you to my research team. So this is my team. The CLIC is a research team focused on the digital treatment of language, of different languages. We have developed resources for Catalan, Spanish, and English. And within this framework of the Language and Computing Center in Barcelona, the CLIC Center, we have developed the tool that I will present now. The CLIC is a computing and language center that was created in 1998 by Dr. Maria Antonia Martí, and she was the director until 2017. So it's a center with a long experience in the development of language resources and in the creation of corpora for morphology, syntaxes, semantics, and pragmatics. And these resources that we have developed are resources for language processing, for text and speech, and now we're focusing on a multimodality. So we don't just take into account the speech, but also the images, the videos, and the audio recordings. These are the main research lines of this group, are computational linguistics, AI, the learning of second languages, and we also have some experts on bio and neurolinguistics and linguistic diversity. I will be focusing on the first two items, computing linguistics and artificial intelligence. In computational linguistics, we are analyzing natural languages, and then in AI, we are developing databases and corpora so that we can work together with the artificial intelligence team to develop tools and resources to train the models that have been explained before by my colleagues in the previous presentations, the LLMs, the large language models.
Basically, Scriba is the result of one of these applications, and also the majority of the members of CLIC are a part of the Institute of Complex Systems at the University of Barcelona, the UBIX, and also we are a part of the AccessCat network for innovation and accessibility in Catalonia that wants to offer solutions to a diverse society like ours, where every person has to have access to information and to communication. So I'm going to focus now on our star application, if you want, Scribal. It is also a tool that was thought in order to improve accessibility to information and communication. And nowadays, the different available solutions for audio transcriptions are very limited, and they're not adapted specifically to the needs of the university students who have hearing difficulties. So our proposal, or the solution that we offer, is this tool, Scribal, that allows, well, how should I call it? It's a transcriptor in real time that is adapted to different Catalan dialects and also to the specific terminology of the university, of the different subjects or different scientific fields and classes that we have at the university. Therefore, here we need to update it terminologically at all times. As compared to other systems, Scribal allows the transcription and also, if is needed, the translation of the oral speech of the teacher through subtitles for PowerPoint presentations, or, for example, the students can use their mobile phones or their PC to read this transcription or a translation. And also, this is a system that we are going to implement at the University of Barcelona very soon, and it is a system that can be self-managed by the university itself, and this offers more control on privacy and safety of the data that is vehicled there. So Scribal is based on the Whisper transcription system that many of my colleagues have mentioned before. And it is a technology that was developed by the OpenAI, company that is specialized in transcribing voices. So basically, well, Jordi and Gemma also talked about this, but it is a whisper. It's an automatic speech recognition that is based on neuronal networks and also on thousands of voice hours, and also it is multilingual and it includes Catalan. Therefore, we based our work on this technology in order to create this transcription device adapted to Catalan. So Whisper also does not only serve to transcribe the oral speech in different languages, but also it also allows the translation of all these languages to English. Therefore, Whisper is a voice recognition system that is open, free, developed by OpenAI, and it is based on 700,000 hours of audio that allows transcription to 99 languages, and also with an excellent level of precision, and among which languages also we have Catalan, and we can translate all those languages to English. So just a few data. So 65% of is dedicated to recognize English, so the hours of Whisper are mainly in English, 17% for the multilingual recognition, and 18% of Whisper is dedicated to translation. So what do we need? What do we need here? As my colleagues said, we need to really increase the Catalan data included in Whisper. So how can we do so? How are we doing this? Basically, what is our work that is different from the original Whisper that we can see? So our work is to adapt, we fine-tune, if you want, Whisper with new databases that we use. So we use Common Voice and Parlament Parla in order to adapt Whisper to the different Catalan varieties of the language. And also, so Common Voice includes 4,000 hours in Catalan of 36,000 different types of people. I'm talking about different ages, different genders, different regional dialects also. And in the Parlament Parla database, we have 611 hours in Catalan registered in the parliamentary sessions. So these are feeding the basic Whisper in order to improve it and update it. So for it to become scribal. So now what we are doing is recording teachers of the University of Barcelona in different areas of knowledge in order to have more information and to keep on fine-tuning Whisper in order to have improved results than the ones that we have nowadays. So now we carried out a test in order to evaluate how and to assess how a Scribal system has improved compared to the basic Whisper use. So wait a minute. Yes, we applied the word error rate that indicates the percentage of error per word for each one of the varieties of the language within the system. So the basic model is the Whisper and the improved is the Scribal. So in Central Catalan, Whisper showed 16% of error in this first phase of adaptation to Catalan. So we see that we reduced the margin of error from 16.38% to 14.39%. In the Balearic dialect, so we see that the change was not big. So we see that we have very limited database in Balear. Where we had a spectacular improvement is in Valencian. Whisper had a margin of error of 77%, and we went down to 16.15% only of error. And also in the north western variety of Catalan, also we had an important reduction. So we had improvements basically with men and in Valencian. So here we have a certain bias towards men speakers and Valencian speakers. This demonstrates that the system has a good commercial quality. Our system has improved, and now it is in a phase of product development. So it could be used later on, at least at universities, which is our main objective. And nowadays we are working in two directions. The first one is recording classes, seminars, meetings with teachers of the University of Barcelona from different fields and different knowledge areas. It's not the same to have a philosophy or a history or literature class than, for example, a mathematics or chemistry class. So we need to have a representation of all the fields of knowledge. And the second direction of work is the adaptation of the terminology. And here we are in contact with the linguistic services at the University of Barcelona that are offering us lexical information, all the specialized terminology that is necessary for our work. And also what we need now is to implement the system in the classroom. So now we are going to start with our pilot program in order to really test this system and see if it works in real time and in a real classroom. So in order to do so, we have developed a user-friendly web environment, so through tablet, through a projector, and we just have received an aid from the program AGAUR, the knowledge industry program, so basically to integrate the transcriptor and the translator in real time. That is extremely useful for people who have hearing problems. You know that the University of Barcelona is quite big, and we have many of those. And I believe that it is important also to say this. It allows also the translation of the transcribed speech to English and to Spanish. Why? Because many times as teachers we have to stop speaking in Catalan because we have many students who don't understand Catalan. And this is something that is happening at the University of Barcelona, but in other universities we receive a lot of Chinese students, and all these students they understand more or less well Spanish, but they don't understand the work of Catalan. So we had to change, for example, the master's degrees in digital sciences that I used to be giving in Catalan. I had to change to Spanish. So with a tool like this one will allow me to keep on giving my classes in Catalan, and they will see the translation into Spanish. So with the money that we received from this program, so besides integrating the transcriptor and the translator in one single platform, because now we have two platforms, it allowed us also to carry out pilot tests in the University of Barcelona. So it's as easy as this. So we have So basically, it's a URL that is not available yet. But anyway, it will be available in order to carry out the transcription. So it can transcribe, it can stop the transcription, it can hide the spectrum also. And we are going to improve it. I had a video in order to show you how this works, but I didn't have time to incorporate it to my PowerPoint presentation. I'm very sorry, I cannot show it to you now. So, and also we won a prize of the first program that was organized by Sharsha Access Cat, and the money that we received will be used to elaborate a business model for Scribble and to carry out a study for intellectual property. So after this, if everything works so well, so this Scribble application not only will be able to use it in the classrooms of the Barcelona University and other universities, but also we will be able to disseminate it in other sectors, for example, such as specialized colloquiums, for subtitling, for transcription, and also in the field of health sciences and also in public administration. This is one of the different applications that we could have. And also behind all this, after all this, we will carry out an assessment in the second 4 months of the year to evaluate what are the quantitative and qualitative results. Basically, we'll be analyzing the different errors that are produced in order to correct them somehow, but also to evaluate the impact that this will have on teachers and students, which means is that as a user, it needs to be user-friendly in order not to create any problem for the teacher and for the students. So this is what we are working on. We carried out a survey with students who have hearing problems, and also we are going to study, also carry out a survey with teachers, etc., in order to have all these metrics. And to conclude here, what makes us unique and disruptive, basically because the automatic voice recognition, we have tools that do this, but before that we had never implemented it in a classroom as an accessibility tool in Catalan and adapted to specific vocabulary of the different matters that are taught at the university, and that is also an open source code. So we're going to see how much we can make this sustainable. And that is self-managed by the university. This is what makes us unique. So this is my team who work on Scribble. So it is a project under the leadership of Mireia Farrus. She couldn't be here because she is participating in a congress in Portugal. But tomorrow you're going to see her because she is going to participate in a round table tomorrow. But anyway, so you will be able to talk to her tomorrow about this project. And thank you very much.
So much. It's super interesting with this Scribble. I was wondering, do you think you can take Scribble into different situations? Also, I was thinking about the healthcare situation where the doctor speaks one language and the patient another.
Yeah, exactly. Exacte. És a dir, una de les aplicacions que es podria...
Well, actually, one of the applications that we can use Scribble in is in the medical field. For example, in Barcelona, we have people who speak different languages, people who come from different countries. So yes, we could use this in the medical field, but we will have to carry out a test first in order to evaluate the quality. Not only for transcription, but also for translation. So we're going to see if this terminology, because we have to think that we need to adapt this tool to the environment. So we have the technology, we have the models, but we need to adapt those to the environment. But yes, definitely we can use it in the medical field. It's one of the possibilities, yes.
Our final speaker for this session is Eneko Aguirre. He's a professor of computer science and director of the Basque Center for Language Technology at the University of the Basque Country. He has been active in natural language processing and computational linguistics since his undergraduate days. He received the Spanish Prize for Research in Computer Science in 2021 and is one of the 74 fellows of the Association of Computational Linguistics. He is the co-founder of the Joint Conference on Lexical and Computational Semantics. The floor is yours, Eneko.
Hola, gracias por la invitación.
Thank you very much.
So I'll start. And I'll present a bit a variety, like Mariana did. So I'll first present the center and then some of the research that we are doing, which I think is interesting for all of us. So the EAST Center was founded like 5 years ago, but it's actually the merge of two research groups. It's funded by two research groups, OWLAB, speech technology, and the ISHA group, which is basically text technologies. And these groups have been working for since the 90s. We have two goals in the research center. So we have two goals in the center. One is scientific research. We are a public research center, and that's one of our main goals. But the other goal is, of course, develop resources and tools for Basque. We are around 90 people, half of them full-time researchers, and the other half academics. And we are one of the renowned research centers in Europe working on NLP and language technologies. So just to mention some of our things, that we were one of the first on applying deep learning to NLP in Europe. We are one of the few centers in the country which focuses on publishing research in the top venues, which in our case are conferences. And we had two Spanish national awards in computer science. And the best PhD paper on artificial intelligence was done in our center. He's now with us. And several best paper awards, which is kind of the guarantee of our research excellence. Also, I am fellow of the ECL, which is a selected group, less than 100 in the world. And also, we are very happy to have one of the co-founders of one of these startups, which are building language models at the level of OpenAI. There's several, not only OpenAI, Anthropic, there are a few. And one of the co-founders is 20% a researcher in our center, and that's a big asset that we have. So we have first-hand experience from the industry who's working on this technology. Okay. Bien, ahora se oye bien? So is this okay? Yeah. Okay. So the center, I'm going to talk a bit about language models because I think for several reasons, but we are a general center who work in all areas of NLP, including speech and text things. So I'll just mention some selected projects and initiatives. The first one is Claria. Claria is actually two European-wide scientific infrastructures. Can you hear me well? Because I hear my own voice. Is it okay? Higher maybe? Higher. This better? So we have, so there are 2 European-wide research structures, infrastructures at the level of telescopes and the CERN for digital humanities, linguistics, arts, and social sciences. They are very important because language technology is not a mean on its own. It's also a tool, as was mentioned here, for sociologists and other people to do their own research. So these 2 infrastructures are for that. And Spain joined last year, and we are coordinating. Germán Rigau, who's co-director of the center, is coordinating this effort, these 2 infrastructures from our institution. And we also have so as a statewide organization, it's coordinated by us, and then we have the Basque Claria, so to say, focusing on the Basque language. Yeah, very briefly, we also do work on transfer, so we just set up a chair, a cátedra, which is more or less half, 50% funded by the Secretaría de Estado de Inteligencia Artificial, and the other 50 by 4 companies and entities, including Avatur, MasOrange, Ikerlan, and Eluyar, and we are planning to extend this chair to do transfer of the research that we do in the center. And also, forthcoming, we'll have 2 AI plans, which are large coordinated plans, and we are leading 2 of them in Spain. Okay, most up to the point, I'm not going to mention, for instance, we are also in LinguaTech, we are also part of there, but I'm going to mention the 2 main initiatives that we are participating. The first one is Iker Gaitu. Iker comes from research in Basque, and Gaitu will be the plan that will be presented in the next session. So this is like the research side of this plan. And we decided to focus, it's a 3-year project which started 1 year ago, and we decided to focus on 4 work strands. The first one is to make tools which are able to assess the C1 level of written and oral tests. Also personalized voice generation for people who lose the voice. Spontaneous mixed Spanish text speech transcription, because in reality many times people mix the 2 languages, so that's technologically a challenge. And also, and part of the work I will present later, a language model for Basque, which is able to rival with the best commercial language models. And we follow the open data and fair research things. This is connected to the other large research grant called Ilenia, which is funded by the Secretaría de Estado, and is working with the 3 official languages apart from Spanish in Spain. And here we are working on multilingual models for text, speech, and machine translation. Okay, but I wanted to talk a bit about research because, well, my colleagues here also mentioned the importance of research. Research has an interest on its own, but also in this case it's something that has an immediate impact. And there are many research questions on language technology. I'm going to focus on some research questions on language models. And there is one which I think was mentioned by, I think, Vincent and Jordi was optimistic. I'm not so much. I'll show some data about whether it's possible to build a high-performance language models which performs as well as that of the major language. In the Basque Country would be Spanish, in the Netherlands could be English, so, or in Denmark. In smaller countries, they are also concerned about this, because if young people get better results when they use the major language, which one they are going to use in reality, they may tend, not only professionals, which in their professional life, but also in the private life, they could switch to using these tools in the major language. So this is an open question, and this is a research question, because with the tools that we have now, it's not clear that this is feasible, okay? So I'm trying to give a positive view, but the starting point is not very good. So when I'm going to focus on LLMs, I don't need to say how important they are. I think we are all aware. I'm just going to mention that the amount of money that big companies are spending in building these tools, not only on the data, because data is important, but the algorithms are technologically very challenging, and there are many new research ideas that go instantly to large language models to make them better. So both things are important, and the amount of money is staggering. But it's also becoming a benefit, because large companies as Microsoft, they are reporting big revenues from this technology. It's a strategic technology, I would say, for all languages, but also for cultures. because this is not neutral. People go to Wikipedia and they go to their own language Wikipedia. People go to OpenAI ChatGPT, and what is it that they are seeing? Are they seeing the world from the point of view of their culture or their language? No, they are seeing a world from the point of view of the company who built it, right? And this is also an important thing. Okay, so a short review. What do we need to build a large language model? Sorry for the details. This is the most crowded slide. But I think it's important to understand the steps and how important, or where the money goes, and how ambitious this is, because if we want to, in our case, we want to beat ChatGPT in Basque, we don't have $63 million, right? We have much less. Where does the money go? So the things that we need is, first, we need to collect huge amounts of text. That's very important. And in red, I put things that, okay, you can get something. You can go some way up, crawling the internet, but maybe it's not enough. You need to go to the institutions and get more data, as has been mentioned here. That's very important. The more data, the better. Then you need to gather hundreds of GPUs. This is costly. It costs a lot of money. And because if you only have one GPU, 3, 4, you are not going to be able to build something ambitious, right, to challenge. And also you need specialized engineers. Running these machines is not like running, even if, so we are using, we have grants to use Mare Nostrum, Leonardo, these HPC servers, and they give you the machine, but you need to program your own algorithms, right? It's not as easy as it seems. There's a lot of, in the big companies, they spend a lot of money on the engineers, hiring these engineers. That's important. And then also, a small model will not do. Smaller models are worse than larger models. The larger, the better. This is bad news also, because this means more time to process, more GPUs, and more cost in electricity and everything. And then they are also difficult to tweak. You need the best researchers who understand the mechanics of the learning, because it just doesn't work out of the box. You cannot just download, say, a Hugging Face script, press a button, and then you have your own language model for your language, right? You actually need people who understand what's going on. And that's only for the base model. This is very important. This is the base model, but now we need to teach it to behave with people, right? There are many things. I'm not going to mention some, but this is like a tool which has not been crafted. It doesn't understand that when you ask it something, you are expecting a reply, right? So this is what companies and we do in the next phase to build the chat model. And this is again expensive in manual data, very expensive in manual data, because whenever you are asking something for GPT, chances are that OpenAI paid many people to just tell them what is the kind of answer that you would be expecting. Okay? So there's a lot of manual work which is really expensive on that, and the user preferences. Right? So telling them that this is more useful than this one, then also there is safety, toxicity, many things. And that's not the end. There was a mention to things like RAG, retrieval augmented generation. So you also need to fine-tune it to work well with large documents. You want to work it with video. You want to work it with images. You want it to have better performance reasoning. So all these things are happening. And if you are one step behind, your language model is going to be worse, right? So all these need to be into account. Okay, so one could say, okay, this is hopeless, right? Is this really feasible? Why don't we just relax and let the big companies do, okay? So this is from OpenAI, so it's their own data, and they evaluate, this is scientific evaluation on a data set, and they report what is the performance for English, right? 85. Now they translate, this is not scientific, it's not the best method, but well, they translate and they test in many languages. And you see how it goes down from 85 to Mandarin. This is Mandarin, right? It's millions of people. You have 5 points. And then it goes down, right? It goes down, and you can, in the end, for some of the languages they tested, you have something like a 20% gap. Okay, this is huge. And the gap when generating, so this is gap in a test, the gap when generating text could be even worse. When you use it, could be even worse, right? So the technology is not ready to work well, not for all the languages, the 70,000, the 7,000, sorry, but maybe not for as few as the first few dozens in the top, okay? So this is still an open question. Okay, and in the end, commercial companies might care or might not care, depending on the size of your language, on the speakers, on how much money you earn in this part of the world. So that's it. Okay, so I'm going to, so now that I kind of motivated that it's good that we invest in these language models if we care about our own language, let's see, what can we do? So as I said, we need to build a large model. The largest, the better, because the performance would be better if it's large, okay? There are three things that we can do. We can take, say, Basque. We can take Basque corpora and train only on Basque. We can train many languages and train in all the languages, including Basque. Or we can take a pre-trained model, which has been constructed by some third entity, and teach it to work in Basque, okay? There's these three alternatives. So the first one is complete failure. Complete failure. I would say even for Spanish, it doesn't make much sense because there's so much text in English and so much reasoning and knowledge is in English that it makes sense. For instance, programming knowledge, mostly in English. So it makes sense to have also English. So you can either go multilingual. This is really ambitious. So we are happy to be in Ilenia, collaborating with the BSc, and they have built Salamandra, and they're building Salamandra in the Ilenia project. So we will see how it goes. But we have been earlier, because this was only available, it's becoming available recently. We have also tried another path in the Ikergaitu project, which is less expensive, which is take another model. There are pros and cons. In one, you are completely independent. It's very expensive. In the second, you have the best of the models. This is built by Meta. This is a very good model. And then it's kind of much easier, less costly. And this one we call Lacha. Okay, so this was not research, right? Or was it research? So actually it is research because there are many open questions like, which is the best way? So which is the best way for your language? This is A, B, C, and then inside C, there are also many options, right? It's not so easy. There are many experiments that you need to do, costly experiments that you need to set up. So I'm mentioning here one research paper which won the Best Research Award in our flagship conference. It's where the best researchers present. And here we presented how we built Lacha using a fair and an open evaluation suite. Okay, in short, this was based on Llama from Meta. They put it not open. I agree with Jordi, it's not totally open, but at least we can use it for commercial purposes unless the commercial party is making more than, I don't know how many millions a year. So it's kind of, for the Basque country, sounds like, okay. So it's open in that sense that it can be used. Also, we can fine-tune it. So we train it with Basque text. There are many technical problems, catastrophic forgetting, setting the hyperparameters is not trivial. And it's been the largest LLM built in Spain today. We did 7 billions, 70 billions, 13 billion, 70 billion. The 70 billion one is much better than the 13 billion one, which is much better than the 7 billion one. And the 70 billion one was matching at the time the performance of ChatGPT 3.5, which good. There was already GPT-4, but this was just the base model. This is not the full model, base model. Okay, and this is the first time that a peer-reviewed paper, so scientists report such a good result for a language in a way that it is reproducible, people can check, and they can see that this is not some commercial advertisement that we are doing about our technology, which, as you know, when there is so many commercial interests, it happens. So this is a peer-reviewed paper, anybody can reproduce this. And it applies to many languages. So languages with a similar amount of data can apply this technology. So now Basque, you might think, oh, it's low resource. So there are 7,000 languages. If we rank them according to how much data there is in the internet, Basque ranks 50. It's not 500, it's not 100, it ranks 50. There are many languages of interest, some of them state languages, which have a similar amount of data. So all this methodology would be useful for them, all these experiments. Okay, what are we going now? This is ongoing work, which we are still working. And now that we have the model, we are going to gather instructions and preferences. This is very costly, and And this will take time. But in the meantime, we are doing the experiment. We are doing the research with what we have. So we did a first try. No Basque instructions of preferences, no native data for this, because it's still ongoing. We'll have this maybe around 25. And as a backbone, we used a much better model. Meta released a better model, Llama 3.1, which is much better than the previous generation. And we were able only to train the 8 billion one, so the small one, but we are working on having the 70 billion one by the end of the year. And then training this was tricky. It was not easy. And because the problems get even worse. And we are one of the first of doing this idea of taking in a scientific way, we think, at least for now. So we are planning on doing a research paper, explaining our experience in an open way, which are the best options for doing this model. And we hope to be the first. Maybe somebody publishes, but again, that is research. Okay, the other thing about this is evaluation. So how do you evaluate a language model? This is becoming more and more difficult. So we have set up a public test. The idea is that you give blindly to people. You give them a screen, and they can ask anything in Basque, and they are shown two responses, and then they need to choose which is the best one. Okay, so you do this as many times as you can, and then you rank them. And we were really surprised. This was the first try, and Lacha is still ongoing work, as I mentioned. And it was very close to GPT-4o, the latest GPT. And this was a big surprise because there's still the small one, and we still haven't generated the native instructions and preferences for it. So we are really happy. And we continue working, also trying to start working on multimodality, reasoning, other strands of making Lacha better. So for the first question, I would say that we are mildly optimistic for Basque. So it seems that the amount of text that there is for Basque and the quality of the backbone model, which comes from Meta, is enough to reach the quality, close quality, although we will need to see that in the future. There are other reasons to be optimistic, is that the people in the Basque Country want to use GPT in the same way that people in Minnesota or Texas or Paris or Madrid will use it. We don't know, okay? So there are other things that we are checking. For instance, we are learning things not about how people use, but how language models behave in different cultures. So that's 2 bullets. I think I have time, and I'll wrap up. So this is another research paper in the most prestigious conference in AI, NeurIPS, and we asked ourselves, how much do language know about the local culture? Okay? Because usually the tests, scientific tests, and also when people use it, they are done for global things, or US people, right? So how they behave when we do a data set with local questions, and the short answer is that there is a big gap. So if you ask GPT in Basque questions about the global culture, they perform quite well. Right? They perform a bit worse than English, but they kind of perform well. But when you ask questions about the local culture, there's a gap of 20. They go down a lot. So they need to learn about the local culture to be useful for people. And maybe we will find that these global models are not as good as we think they are in all use cases. Right? There could be use cases in your local communities where the local model would perform better than these global large models. That's an open question. And finally, there are some technical things. So these language models, they are able to transfer knowledge from one language to the other, it was mentioned before, but actually they are still inefficient. So we did a very simple thing. Instead of asking something, say, in Spanish, this was done in 10 languages, instead of asking it in Spanish and getting the answer in Spanish, we told the language model, the same language model, translate the request from the user to English, and then did the question in English. Should be the same, right? It's the same language model. Well, actually, this second way, the results are some way better. Meaning that the knowledge that it has for English is not everything didn't go to Basque, well, not to Basque, to Basque, Spanish, all the languages that we tried, didn't go immediately. So there are some technical issues here that still need to be explored and researched. Okay, so final thing, because this was the session on research and transfer. We know that transfer is important, right? We know transfer is very important, but not only transfer is important. So this is a scientific endeavor. This is a scientific discipline. We do experiments, we benchmark, right? And there are many questions, and actually those which have to do with the language are really enigmas. There was, in the presentation today, there was a science paper talking about what happens with the languages, right? Those things are really interesting. We want to understand intelligence, we want to understand language and the role it has in our societies. And for that, and other open questions, the one I mentioned, is it possible to build a language model? Or how is it that humans learn a second language with much less data than the one we are using? We are giving it everything that we've seen written in Basque, right? If you are going to read Basque, you don't do it that way. You do totally different. So this is also a research question. How is it that this can happen? So we know commercial and social impact, all the benefits, and then I think that for most of the languages in the world, for the large majority from these 7,000, but including some of ours, commercial companies might underserve and not provide the same quality as the other major languages, which is a problem. There is no guarantee. And we really believe that having top researchers in this area is a good asset for a language community to lead and benefit from this technology, which is so widely used. Okay, gracias.
Are there any burning questions to Enrico? Thank you. No? If that's one question, if you can have the microphone.
The corpus for the language model, what was the data?
For Basque, yes. It was mainly crawling.
Could you take that microphone? No.
Yes. It was mainly Wikipedia and mainly crawling of the web, and then we also went and The good thing about open science is that it's in the paper. So I don't have, but apart from the crawling of the internet, which is not enough for good quality, we also took from in the Basque Country several newspapers and local magazines. They publish their text with permissive licenses, with CC permissive licenses, so we can take them. And these are the high quality texts that we think is important.
And this was enough?
Apparently, yes, but we are sure that we will have, so there is a, so there is this issue that was mentioned here, that there are tons of data in public institutions, but not only in public institutions, in other places, and if that text was handed to the model, it would be even better, for sure, yes. There is. But there, the situation is not easy. We wish we could have gotten much more text than what we have available to feed the model. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. We have one final session today, but before I present the speakers, I want to make an announcement because otherwise I will probably forget about it. For those NPLD and Computiers participants that will take the tour of Barcelona, we will meet at 5 in front of the cathedral, or we can all meet at 4:30 in the hotel lobby as well, so we can walk together. So either 4:30 in the lobby or then at 5 in front of the cathedral. Yes. But now, the final session. Our next speaker is Aitor Aldasaroro. He is the Vice Minister for Language Policy of the Government of the Basque Country. He is an industrial technical engineer with over 2 decades of experience in politics. He began his political career in 2003 as the Basque language councillor for his municipality. A few years later, he served as mayor of Beasain. Following this role, he worked as an advisor to the Basque government's Department of Economic Development, Sustainability and Environment until 2023. Aitor, the floor is yours. You should. Will you sit there? Yeah.
Egunon, buenos días, buen día. Bueno, en primer lugar, dar las gracias a la organización por invitarnos y bueno.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting us here today. I will try and explain what we're doing today in the Basque Country in terms of all this digital environment. First of all, I'd like to say that this conference is really interesting because it gives us a framework for those of us who are lagging behind in these technologies. We have the framework of the path that needs to be followed. The Guide to Plan that I will present here now is an action plan that tries to be very practical with projects that can be used by our society in the Basque Country and for those of us who want to live with and through the Basque language. The Language Policy Department has a consultant body with public and private agents. And this means that our policies can be integrated into civil society, and we have recommendations for different actions that need to be taken. And within this consulting body, we have a special commission to promote the use of the Basque language in the digital environment, and this commission published recommendations for 2021-2024 regarding the use of the Basque language. And one of the recommendations recommends to promote language technologies because we're all aware of the fact that in 2013, we experienced the first great change in the digital environment with the mobile apps. That's when I realized, in fact, with the project that I developed as an engineer, as an electronic engineer with neuronal networks, we saw back then how necessary it is to understand these technologies. Then we had the pandemic, the global pandemic, and how social media became even more important. And their impact on the language, in particular for those of us who don't use Spanish or English in our daily life, and what is the impact for the transfer of our language for the Basque language, and how all these elements have an impact. That's why we saw it was necessary to create this plan to promote these technologies, these language technologies for us. This is an opportunity to increase the use of our language. It's also an opportunity for our industry, because these are industrial projects, technological projects, and the challenges we face as Basque government are multifold, and they're not just focused on the language, because we try and set the basis for the future of this digital environment. We think that it's indispensable to have technological sovereignty to preserve certain rights, and quality of digital production is also key. And it's important also to have data traceability. This is very important. We need to control the traceability of data. As we mentioned before, this is the framework. These are the publications issued by the Basque Language Consulting Committee, the strategic plan for 10 years to revitalize the use of language. This is what we are trying to do. This is the action plan that I have just mentioned. Our approach for the future is quite global, in the sense that public services, the administration should be offering high-quality corpora. It should be providing high-quality documents, and also high-quality dictionaries that should be now online. They used to be on paper before. In this way, we can increase these neuronal networks, and we can have automatic translations. The goal is to have an appropriate labeling of each and every one of these items that will produce the corpus in the future that will be in the hands of the service providers. The goals that we have set for the Guide to project, for the Guide to plan, are the following. We want to set the basis for the public administration to implement these technologies in a cross-sectional manner. This is something that we coordinate from our department, but we need other departments to use these technologies and to promote the cooperation between the public and private sectors from the perspective of the language use. Here we have an example of our status in 2021 and the goals for 2024, with a budget of 4.5 million euros to develop the 25 projects that back then were set for the action plan. 80% of these projects are currently being implemented. Some are still to be implemented. Here we see this figure of 4.7 million. And English has 650,000 sets of data, Spanish 60,000, French 30,000 approximately, and the Basque language 1,300. So if we want to have 40,000 data sets, we need an investment of 100 million euros. I just wanted to provide you with the scale here on the slide. It is clear that we need to take many different steps that have to do with the development of the language. And in English, you know that data are paid for, data that are in English, but it's not the same case for our language. Therefore, it's the public administration that has to invest so that our language, so that the Basque language can be in the digital environment, and we can create a corpus that will be in the hands of those who develop the industry, so citizens can receive the service in the language they choose.
Just a few examples of these 25 different projects. I want to give you just a few examples of those projects that show us perfectly that not only, well, actually, we have seen a lot of examples throughout the whole morning, and the majority of us basically were working in the same directions. We are proposing and developing different platforms, and we're going in the same direction, if you want. So we have the platform Engora to teach Basque to adults. Also, we have many other projects. More than 80% of the 25 projects are projects that are being developed and implemented now. And one of them is Engora, which is a platform. We have Itsuli, which is a neuronal translator, and also we have Itsulbide. Also, we have many other translation devices also that were developed. Also for legal translations, we have Itsulbide for the translation of chemical reports. Also, it is very important also to make sure that civil society participates in all our projects. Of course, we are trying really to work as fast as possible, but with all the different stakeholders, we really can move much faster, and also we are working also in with all the different corpora in the public administrations. So we are trying to collect all these corpora in order to treat them and prepare them for their use by artificial intelligence, and to be able to share them. And also we are preparing the data, as I told you, for its artificial intelligence use, as I said, and also in order to incorporate them in Guide to data. Since 2023, we had new projects in our action plan, and these projects are being worked on with Itzaldea. And these projects that we have incorporated in collaboration with the University of the Basque Country are very important in order to develop the Basque language in the language technologies, and of course university and the cooperation with the academia is very important. Iker Gaitu also said that we participate in this project related to artificial intelligence. We have Claria in order to push research in Basque. We have another technological resource in order to help all the students in Basque in the most natural way possible. But anyway, we are developing most of these projects in parallel. And here we have the different challenges that we are facing. So we have to promote the language technology industry and because it is not only, it does not have to do with language, but it has to do also with the whole industry. So we need to develop data collection, and within data collection, it's very important to, well, before the labeling, we need to give a name to this data collection. Well, we collect data, and the intellectual property of this data has to be dealt with perfectly, and also we believe that technology can help us a lot in this sense. So we're not only collecting data, we're labeling them and sending them to these companies, but we believe that it is extremely important to have traceability and to have all the legal guarantees also for the labeling. So it is important to really invest in research. We need to create new projects and we need to promote the collaboration between the public and the private sectors. It's the only way that we can move forward also without losing, of course, our own personality. We need to collaborate also with the large corporations and we need also to have the adequate strategy in order to have more presence of the Basque language in the digital world. And thank you very much.
Do we have direct questions to Aitor? Yes, we have one there.
Thank you very much. That was very interesting.
If you could wait just a second for... Okay? Yes?
So, moltes gracias. I have a question. You say it is important to promote collaboration between public administrations, the private sector, and society in general. So I wonder, how far have you come?
Sí, hemos avanzado en...
Oh, of course, we have moved forward in the public-private collaboration, and we continue to move forward. As I told you, in the Basque Language Council, basically, we are we have integrated also stakeholders from the private sector. So basically we have a lot of covenants, a lot of associations, because the public sector cannot move alone, especially in this case. So we believe that the public-private collaboration is in our DNA. So most of the people who work in the public sector, we have worked in the private sector before, or we worked in many social associations in collaboration with different public institutions, local authorities also, and we have always moved forward through this public-private collaboration. So I don't know how to answer to a question about if we are moving forward. Yes, we are continuing. We are continuing while reinforcing, fostering this public-private collaboration. It's in our blood. It's in our DNA. We cannot do absolutely anything without the collaboration with the private sector.
All right. We have one more speaker. Jeremy, you're in the spot to be the last speaker before lunch. Lucky you. But before I present Jeremy, I want to remind you that after this session, you should go and bring the interpretation devices back and then go out to lunch. And lunch will be served in the courtyard. As I said, our last speaker is Dr. Jeremy Evans. He's the head of Project 2050 in the Welsh Government. Prior to that, he was head of Welsh language promotion and behaviour change in the Welsh Government and professor of language policy and planning at Cardiff University's Faculty of Welsh. He was also Director of Strategy for the Welsh Language Commissioner and Director of Corpus Policy and Planning at the former Welsh Language Council. His main interests lie in finding and activating behavioural triggers to increase the use of Welsh. Jeremy, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So we've had lots of information about technology today, so I decided not to talk about technology. I've decided to talk about people. I'm all about the people, really, getting components into products and products into the hands of people, people who can speak Welsh but don't necessarily use Welsh on their language technology. So my main thesis of today is that we need to concentrate on the intersectionality between sociology and technology. How do all these components, all these wonderful catalogues of resources get used out there? So yeah, today is about the sociology of language technology. Oh, there you are, right. But a little bit of background on Welsh language technology first of all. It's very similar to the presentation Aitor just made, and it's part of a very ambitious strategy we have for the Welsh language. We want to double almost the number of Welsh speakers to 1 million by 2050, and we want to double the percentage of us who use the Welsh language every day. There's 3 themes in the strategy. You will see that technology is one of the top 3 themes for creating favourable conditions. In the Technology Action Plan, we also have 3 themes: speech, translation, and conversational artificial intelligence, similar to the things we've heard about this morning. Also, we've heard about the complexity of licensing, and suitably permissive licensing is of utmost importance. Our policy at the Welsh Government is where we pay for things, we give them away to people. We give them away to Microsoft, to Apple, but we give them away under a suitably permissive license. It's a once for Wales model. We pay once, we give it away. You can re-engineer it, you can reuse it, you can embed it, but it's there for you to take. So language is a people thing. There are many philologists in the room. There are many people with degrees in the sociology of language. There are many people in the room who will have read Sociolinguistics, a sociological critique by Glyn Williams, published 1992. Very hard to read. And all it says is language is about people. Language doesn't exist in and of itself. You can't slice a bit of language, grow it in a Petri dish over there, and then have a bigger language. When we talk about language technology, we need to be talking about how language technology is going to be used by the end users. Everything we've heard this morning is true. There's an awful lot of development that needs to go into it and an awful lot of money that needs to be spent on it, and it's happening. But unless we keep the people in mind at the end, then we do a disservice to our language. So what's the story so far? Quite a lot of things. There is my catalogue. I am not going to read through it all. You can read through it, Vicente, if we could send the report. We've got speech recognition. We've got speech synthesis. We've heard a little bit about bilingual corpora and large language models. The sociology of Welsh and Catalan and Basque is that we speak both languages in the same working day, in the same meeting, in the same family, in the same sentence. We code switch. So this language technology we need needs to be able to be used in both of our languages in Wales at the same time. And some of you will also be familiar with the work of Professor Colin H. Williams, a great Welsh language planning scholar. And when I was doing my PhD with him, he taught me that there are no two more important words than this in language policy. So what? Or for the younger people amongst you, why though? Why are we doing this? We are doing it so we can use the Welsh language in work. When COVID came, we couldn't have meetings in Welsh. When COVID came, the amount of Welsh language used went down, because in public meetings, exactly like the meeting today, we were sitting there with headphones on, and people who could not understand Welsh would receive a translation. This was not possible. So we've heard in Aito's presentation and other presentation today about the link between government and the private sector. We lobbied Microsoft. We lobbied hard, and we succeeded in getting them to create a simultaneous human interpretation facility in Microsoft Teams, which could be used for the Welsh language and the Catalan language and the French language and every language in the world. So when we look at this field of action, technology, through a sociological lens, the things that we do can be useful for all languages, and the things that you do can also be useful for all languages. And we have put formal business cases to Microsoft, and they need to understand. I think that Microsoft, it would be fair to say that they have a regional unilingualism understanding of the world. Spain equals Spanish. The UK equals English. France equals French. Well, that's just not true. So we've helped to educate them about that, and when we educate them about Welsh, we educate them about Catalan as well, because workplaces are bilingual. We have 6,000 staff in the Welsh Government. 1,200 of them speak Welsh to the level where they could work through it. So we're using both languages all day. You can use that, it's free. So what? One of the main pieces of feedback we get when we do outreach work, when we go to talk to people about our language technology work, is, oh, we didn't know that was available. There's an awful lot available in Welsh, as you saw from that slide. There's an awful lot available in Catalan and Basque and all the other languages we've heard about this morning. How does it get there? So you can do that by using the software itself. We have a concept in Wales, which you will be familiar with, the active offer. Can the machine offer the language to you without you having to go to look for it? And in certain circumstances, it can. And how does it offer two languages to you at the same time? In terms of user interface, my estimation is that the number of people using Microsoft Office in Wales is extremely high. The number of Welsh speakers using Microsoft Office in Welsh is probably very low. But we can increase the amount of on-task time people have with the language by doing some of the things I'm going to explain to you. So we have Copilot. We've heard of conversational artificial intelligence already. How does this work in a bilingual meeting? We're starting to use artificial intelligence to take minutes of meetings, to take action points of meetings. And we can use that particularly well in Welsh, well, getting better in Welsh, but we can't do it in English and Welsh at the same time. And I'm not sure you can do it in Catalan and Spanish at the same time either. What is a bilingual workplace? How does the microsociology of a bilingual workplace manifest itself? Or is it just Welsh speakers in a certain office working in English all day? What models are there of a bilingual workplace, and how does technology enhance, help, assist, create those breathing spaces in an area or in an organization where 1,200 or 1 in 5 people can speak the language? What can we do with that? To be discussed over lunch, maybe. So ChatGPT, yes, it's a large consortium. Yes, I saw we were quite high in terms of Korean and other languages in a slide earlier on. We have a partnership with them and we give them data. But we give them data and we give anybody data as well because of this philosophy of suitably permissive licenses. So we've seen the productivity of ChatGPT in Welsh improve. What we haven't seen is the cultural awareness in ChatGPT improve in the same way. So how do we counter the bias of all artificial intelligence models? And do we just get a British English culture through the medium of Welsh? What do we need to do to look at how artificial intelligence generates content which is Welsh specific, looking at Welsh architecture with Welsh agricultural references, with Welsh mountains and landscapes? Not language issues, but language and culture are intrinsically linked. And are we all in the wrong conversation about artificial intelligence? We are striving to make it work, but do we really know what the use cases are? Do we really know how we can work in a bilingual organization? Do we really know how we embed artificial intelligence in a way that will help us use all our language? I've got 10 minutes left, so I'm not going to say much more about that, apart from the fact that recently Microsoft Copilot on the same day launched with Catalan prompts and Welsh language prompts. And Catalan and Welsh launched before several other far larger languages in the whole world. So that's got to be some proof of the success of our, not just lobbying Microsoft, but putting formal business cases in Microsoft and doing an awful lot of work behind in the background. My colleague Indeg Marshall, who is watching back home, has done all that work and helping people in Microsoft understand the microsociology of a bilingual place. And how will all that look in the end to the people in Beasain who just speak Basque all day, every day, and they're not working in language policy, to the people who are in Banyoles, who just speak Catalan and don't work in language policy? What is the user journey for them? Do we use user journey methodologies enough? Do we look at this from the prism of the end user? And the so what here is one of the main points I'd like to make, because I'm guessing that the use of interfaces and maybe many other parts of language technology in all the languages here today is nowhere near as high as it could be. So what we've done in Wales is look at how to apply behaviour change theory. Behaviour change theory has got nothing to do with language technology. It comes from the United Kingdom Cabinet Office, and it draws on quite sophisticated psychological models, and it's been boiled down to this mnemonic mind space. So if we want to use technology in Catalan, who tells us? What are other people doing? Why would we want to use it? What do we get out of it? Isn't it just easy to use it in Spanish? If we default it, will we use it? But even that is a bit too complicated. So if you are engaging in any behavior change program, and language planning is an enormous behaviour change programme for every language in the world, then you need to make language use easy, attractive, social and timely. This is a boiled down version of that Mindspace model. So, an example of this is us defaulting the Welsh language on the computers of every school child in a Welsh medium school in Wales. 78,000 user accounts were switched into Welsh overnight by default. Nobody had to do anything. Those children logged in the next day and their computer was in Welsh. Out of 78,000 changes, we only had one complaint. So that is the D in the Mindspace model, the defaulting. Can you default people to Catalan, to Basque, etc.? So what? Well, it makes it easier for them. So this is also what we're going to do in the Welsh Government as a workplace. I asked, what does the microsociology of a bilingual workplace look like? Well, we don't know. We haven't got a hard and fast answer, but there are some easy things we can do. So we have also used psychological methods in the way we communicate with people to make it as easy to understand and as non-threatening as possible, because every change can be a threat, whatever the change is about, because human beings tend to like staying with the current situation they have. And changing their interface into Welsh might be perceived as problematic. So we do a lot of communications around this. And when we change to Windows 11 in the Welsh Government, we are going to default every Welsh speaker over a certain ability level into Welsh. Okay, moving on. The temptation would be, rather than to use behaviour change theory, to tell people, to give people information. Here is a list of projects. Here is a flyer, a leaflet about why it is good to use your computer in Welsh. That may work for some, but believing if the information leads to behaviour change, or information alone needs to be behaviour change, is one of the main mistakes in all types of behavioural change all over the world. You've got to make it easy for people. Okay, moving on. How do we make it easy for people? So, Xavi, Aitor, you can take this, you can have it. We worked with a company in Wales because on Microsoft, and most people use Microsoft in their office, whether you like it or not, that's the actual truth. There's Windows, Office, browser locale, date and time settings, online Microsoft 365 settings, and although they are more sewn up together than they were 10 years ago in terms of language choice, it's still hard to get a complete Welsh, Catalan, Basque user experience. So this draws it all together, and it adds people to a policy, and a policy can be used for many different things. Basically, this just takes the difficulty out of it. Moving on to the last but one theme I have before lunch. How do we get the private sector to engage with this? We've heard about industry engagement already. And there's industry engagement in terms of R&D, research and development, and translational research of the components that we've made, and we've heard about that. Also, governments spend an awful lot of money. So how can we tie that money to conditions that when we procure, when we buy technology, that the Welsh language is considered? So we've developed guidelines to do that. We've looked at all the bilingual situations. We couldn't find any guidelines anywhere else in the world. And I was talking to someone from Ireland this week. The guidelines have been developed for the Welsh language, but they're just as useful for the Irish language or the Basque language. Take them, use them, no charge, no fee. So the last thing I want to talk about is ease of understanding of public services offered in a technological manner. I have 2 degrees in Welsh, and I do not say that to boast. I say that to tell you that sometimes I am forced to use Welsh language, to switch from the Welsh language version to the English language version because I do not understand it, because it is translationese. It is translated, it is obviously translated, and I just don't understand it. So far too often, Welsh is outsourced to an external translator and then just retrofitted to the English. That's not good enough. So our Centre for Digital Public Services has been working on an approach called trio writing. The problem being, as I just said, the Welsh may be correct, but we don't understand it. And if you add to that the sociological background of people in Wales who haven't been used to receiving Welsh language services over the last 400 years, and if it's a very complex register of Welsh, it's hardly surprising that people don't use it. So, translation, etc. So, trio writing is a collaborative approach to creating user-centered bilingual content. We need to always to be user-centered when we're talking about language, technology, and services. Always have the end user in mind. Collaboration, you focus on the user need. Plain language, consider both languages from the start, and you have the translator, the policy owner, and the designer in a room going through two languages at once. So I wrote a chapter I decided to write it in English in this trio writing book. I machine translated it using Google Translate into Welsh, and then 3 of us sat in a session and we went English, Welsh, English, Welsh, English, Welsh, and we changed the original, and we changed the translation, and we changed the original, and the end result was far better than the thing I'd written in the first place. So in a world where you can be anything, I will be the person who ends the session early. And thank you for your attention. Moltes gràcies per la seva atenció. I will be happy to take questions now. I'll take your direction on that. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. That was very interesting and inspiring, as always. Do we have any questions for Jeremy? Yes, but wait for a microphone. It's coming there. Let's switch places.
Thank you. Indeed, very interesting. Thank you very much. Well, and congratulations for having Microsoft. It looks like you have Microsoft in your pocket now. and it's very inspiring, the idea of coaching the users to start using Welsh and stuff. I wonder if you have tried the same with Google, and if there's a possibility to coach the algorithms too. Because I don't know if in Wales you have the same problem that we find here, that I think it was briefly mentioned by someone today. You search using Catalan and you get your results in Spanish.
Meaningful way yet, because we've been talking to Microsoft. So that is a problem, it's the same problem. I'm not going to pretend that it isn't, and we've done enough about it. Do we have Microsoft in our pocket? No, we do not have Microsoft in our pocket. It would be lovely if we did. But what we did, we took all the problems and situations that we could think of, and we made a very, very long use case, about 27 different use cases, and we logged a service request or a request for change. So they have to give us a reference number, and that's logged then, and they have to consider it. So it's really laborious work, but it educates them. And now we've got to go and do the same thing with Google and Apple and others.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Just to remind you, the devices, and after you have returned the devices, we will take a family photo in the courtyard. So as soon as you're ready, come down, and before we have lunch, we will take the photo. Thank you.